Efriye. He is also the Minister of Environment, Science, Technology and Innovation in Ghana. He is a Member of Parliament in Seshuriaso constituency in Ghana. He'll be speaking on the topic opportunities for investment in environmental, innovation and technology in Ghana.
Invited guests, ladies and gentlemen. I'm very honored to be invited as a guest speaker at the Tech Expo and Investment Summit 2023 and to deliver the keynote address. The theme for the summit: accelerating sustainable growth through the synergy of innovation, technology and investment, aligns perfectly with the essence of my speech on opportunities for investment in environmental innovation and technology in Ghana. As the Minister of Environment, Science, Technology and Innovation in Ghana, I am truly delighted to participate and share our nation's endeavors in addressing environmental challenges through innovative technologies and sustainable investments. I commend the organizers for focusing on their sub-theme, advancing industry through practical applications of systemics, informatics, and cybernetics, as it highlights the significance of adopting practical and cutting-edge approaches to foster industrial growth while ensuring sustainability. This synergy between technology and investment is crucial for shaping a greener and more sustainable future for Ghana and the global community. In today's world, preserving our natural environment and tackling climate change are two of the most critical challenges we face. Ghana, like many other countries, confronts significant environmental issues and the repercussions of climate change in our ecosystems, livelihoods, and vulnerable communities. On one hand, population explosions coupled with rapid urbanization, unsustainable farming practices, and mining are generating new environmental challenges, while global warming, extreme weather events, and changing rainfall patterns threaten our agriculture, water resources, and infrastructure. The government of Ghana has undertaken several initiatives to promote environmental innovation and sustainability in response to the significant environmental challenges and climate change impact faced by the nation. Notably, the Green Ghana project has been launched to address deforestation and restore depleted forests through large-scale tree planting and reforestation efforts. Additionally, the government is actively investing in renewable energy sources like solar, wind, and hydroelectric power to reduce reliance on fossil fuels and mitigate greenhouse gas emissions. To combat the effect of climate change, Ghana is implementing the adaptation and mitigation measures, including the development of climate-resilient infrastructure and the promotion of climate-smart agricultural practices. Furthermore, the government is addressing plastic waste management by reducing single-use plastics and improving recycling practices. In the agricultural sector, Ghana is promoting sustainable farming practices and responsible fisheries to protect natural resources, preserve biodiversity, and ensure food security. Environmental policies and regulations have also been established to govern sectors such as mining, forestry, and waste management. aiming to protect the environment and natural resources from harmful practices and promote sustainable development. Through these diverse initiatives, Ghana is striving to create a greener and more sustainable future, combat environmental challenges, and foster resilience in the face of climate change impacts. Nonetheless, there is still much work to be done, and I would like to emphasize some key areas where investment in environmental innovation and technology can make a remarkable impact on our journey towards a greener future. Waste processing and management. Waste to energy technologies and proper waste management is vital for environmental preservation. We encourage investment in waste to energy technologies, recycling facilities, and sustainable waste management solutions to reduce the burden on landfills and promote a circular economy. Biodiversity conservation and sustainable tourism. Ghana boasts diverse ecosystems and unique wildlife. Investing in conservation efforts, sustainable tourism, and eco-friendly practices can safeguard our natural heritage while generating revenue and employment opportunities. Climate resilience. Climate change poses significant threats to our economy and people, and investing in climate adaptation and resilience measures can protect our communities, agriculture, and infrastructure from the adverse impacts of climate change. Green agriculture. Agriculture is a crucial sector in Ghana's economy. Embracing green agricultural practices such as precision farming, agroforestry, and organic farming can enhance productivity whilst minimizing environmental impacts. Environmental monitoring and data analysis. Leveraging advanced technologies like remote sensing, Internet of Things, and big data analysis can provide valuable insights into environmental trends and inform evidence-based policy making. Green entrepreneurship. Encouraging and supporting green startups and entrepreneurs can foster a culture of innovation and creativity, leading to the development of cutting-edge environmental solutions. Now, the government is fully committed to incentivizing and supporting green investments through collaboration between government, private sector, academia, and civil society to drive innovation and scale up successful initiatives. We will also prioritize capacity building and skill development programs to equip our workforce with the knowledge needed for green economy and ensure access to financing for projects in the environmental sector. In conclusion, Ghana finds itself at a pivotal movement where investments in environmental innovation and technology can redefine our path towards sustainable development. Embracing these opportunities will not only address pressing environmental challenges, but also create a more prosperous and resilient nation for future generations. And I extend my heartfelt congratulations to the organizers and participants of Expo 23 for your dedication in advancing technology, innovation, and investment and it's commendable. And I'm certain that the event will serve as a catalyst for transformative change in our various industries. And as we delve into the rich array of programs, discussions, and networking opportunities throughout this event, I encourage all attendees to actively participate and engage in meaningful conversations. Let us leverage this platform to exchange ideas, foster collaborations, and explore new possibilities for sustainable growth and development. I wish you all the best in your endeavors and look forward to witnessing the positive impact that will emerge from the collective efforts in driving environmental innovation and technology for a better, greener future. Thank you once again, and let us make Tech Expo and Investment Summit 2023 an unforgettable and impactful experience. I thank you for your attention.
The chairman of the Pentagram Group of Companies and the chairman of World Innovation and Technology Expo. Welcome, Chairman.
Oh, thank you, ma'am. Will you please permit me to share the screen, please? Yeah, I'm sharing my screen. Are you able to see my screen, please? Ma'am, you can say that. Are you able to see my screen? Someone can answer. I have shared my screen. Are you able to see that?
Recording in progress.
Are you able to see my screen, please?
Yes, we are able to see that.
Okay, okay. We'll begin. Dear other special invitees, other participants. On behalf of World Innovation Tech Expo and Investment Summit 2023, Expo 23, I welcome you all to this grand conference organized jointly by Pentagram Technologies India and a Cosmos Hub of Ghana and other partners Co-Innovate Ventures, World Leader Summit, and IBMC National Professionals Group. This conference is first of its kind, and we take immense pleasure and pride to organize in Ghana for the first time from today, the 10th of August, up to 12th of August, 2023. It would not have been possible to organize such a special event without support from all partners and participants. A number of technical presentations, workshops, and professional and commercial interactions are planned for these 3 days. I request all participants and observers from all around the world to make the best use of the opportunities provided in this conference in terms of technical knowledge and commercial advantages. I welcome once again all of you to this conference with Expo 23. Now, a keynote presentation on symbolic artificial intelligence.
Please, can I get a pen?
After the advent of ChatGPT and other AI tools, the whole world is excited as well as worried that the lifeless man-made machines are going to rule man. Lifeless but intelligent machines will occupy all positions and living humans will lose jobs and will play only as a subservient role hereafter. Social workers and governments are worried about misuse of such AI tools for developing products that would encourage anti-social and anti-national activities and ultimately lead to a characterless and disordered society consisting of people with less intelligent quotient and self-esteem. Of course, this concern is understandable. Today, many people are discussing on natural intelligence versus artificial intelligence. Don't worry. is be aware that even the best AI machine present today or that to be developed in future cannot be more intelligent than even an earthworm. The reason is very simple. All living species are created by universal consciousness. We call it as God. And lifeless machines, the AI machines are developed by finite consciousness, that is man. Anyhow, I'm not going to go into the philosophical aspects of that. This presentation outlines some of the consequences of my thought process of developing a thinking machine back in 1984 and subsequent formulation of a paradigm, symbolic computing. The origin of the thought process, brain-computer interface, that is how we started. To expand the understanding of input and output channels of human brain. A brain-computer interface, BCI, is a direct communication pathway between a brain and an external device like a computer. BCIs were aimed at assisting, augmenting, or repairing human cognitive or sensory motor functions. This is how we started. Way back in 1984, there was a joint research project, an Indo-Russian project. One of my friends, very close friends, Professor Alexander Kaplan, is the chairman of the Human Brain Research Group of Lomonosov Moscow State University, Russian Federation. And myself, from IIT Kanpur, we are continuing here in the environment of pentagram technologies, Hyderabad, India. So this thinking machine concept, it was evolved as a hypothesis way back in 1984. The hypothesis says, whatever humans think, lifeless machines can execute them. They cannot think, they can execute them. And so, they can be called thinking machines. This is how I expressed my views in 84. Let me talk something on cognitive computing. It is to simulate human thought processes in computing models. In view of this, computers can work like human brain and employ self-learning algorithms that make use of data mining tools, pattern recognition, and natural language processing techniques. In the 1900s, analog computers were used to do basic arithmetic operations. In the 1950s, programmable digital computers were used to solve problems related to mathematical functions and relations to a certain extent, and problems defined by probabilistic methods. Now, this is a time when computers are expected to solve complex problems with speed and accuracy and function like human brain in critical decision-making processes. A system capable of functioning like a human with the speed of a modern computer could always be called as a thinking machine. These types of machines are also called as cyborgs, humanoids, and so on. Now, three states of mind. All said and done, a thinking machine is expected to have the fundamental three states of a human being. Not only human being, all living species to be precise. Such as, number one, Jagrut is a Sanskrit word. So awareness state. Two, Swapna is a dream state. And three, Sushupti, there is a deep sleep state. In the awareness state, body, mind, and intellect function in some form of an interconnected manner. In the dream state, mind and intellect function coherently. In the deep sleep state, subconscious mind only functions. Unlike the awareness state, external forces or factors do not affect the person in the dream and the deep sleep states. It is also to be noted that a person is alive in all three states. Is it possible to have an analogous activity for a thinking machine? The question that arises here is whether it is possible to make a powered-on computer work in all such three analogous states. Yes, it should be possible to create such a system in the cognitive sense. One can think of the following three states for a thinking machine. Number one, cybernetic state. When the computer interacts with its environment. Number two, system X state. When the computer uses stored programs and processes stored data or generates new programs and new data. That's very important. One program generates other programs. And number three, informatic state. When the computer organizes available data, removes unwanted information, and cleans up the system. This amounts to saying that a computer should be restructured to work in these three states in order to make it a thinking machine. So, using current terminology, thinking machine is viewed as a system that learns on its own using inferential rules of logic or artificial intelligence. I dedicate this presentation to my mentor, Professor Andrei Andreevich Markov. He was the director of Expo Institute of Mathematics, who is a founder of topology, topological algebra, dynamical systems, theory of algorithms, and constructive mathematics. And to my mentor, Professor Dr. Claudia Braga in Germany, who guided me throughout my research work almost 35 years back. So, the symbolic computing is a paradigm which we have evolved and that makes use of what is known as normal algorithm. It is a pattern recognition tool introduced by Andrei Andreevich Markov. In order to understand the meaning of this normal algorithm, certain definitions are given here. Alphabet, a finite, unordered list of primitive symbols known as letters. Generic variable, a variable whose values are the letters taken from an alphabet. We shall use symbols like psi, eta, mu. Word, a string of letters drawn from an alphabet A and written one after another is called a word from the given alphabet. The word consisting of no letters is called empty word or the null word, which is denoted by the symbol, the uppercase lambda. This is something similar to empty set. Factor. A word B is called a factor of another word P if the condition UVW is equal to P holds for P where U and W are two other words. We are going to introduce the concept known as substitution formulas. In the computer science parlance, this is known as production formula. We have two types of formulas. One is called a simple formula. The other one is called a terminal formula. The meaning of simple formula is, let us say for example P. When you find P in a given input, substitute P with Q and keep on doing that endlessly, repeatedly, till you do not come across P in the input. The terminal formula says a P is replaced by Q and the process of application, that is the computation, stops immediately. So then it's called terminal formula. Now, substitution formulas of the type null word is substituted by Q, P is substituted by null word, and null word is substituted by null word, whose blank parts and empty words are also addressable formulas. They do not fall under the type 0 grammar of Chomsky's hierarchy. I have extended this Chomsky hierarchy in a generalized manner. Substitution formulas of the type lambda, that is empty word replaced by q, are also called injection formulas. Now let us see how we apply a substitution formula. Consider a simple formula F1. 1, 0, replace it by 0, 1. A equals, that is, has that 0, 1 symbol. 0 and 1, they are available in the alphabet A. The terminal formula F2, 1, 0, replace it by 0, 1 and stop applying. The computation stops there. Now let us consider input string P. 1, 0, 1, 1, 0, 1, 0, 1. I am going to apply F1 there. You can see it here. 1, 0, 1, 1, 0, 1, 0, 1. You try to find out where 1, 0 is. The first occurring 1, 0 is replaced by 0, 1. Again, go back to the original. Then apply 1, 0, again 0, 1. Again 0, 1. Again up to that point we get 0, 0, 0, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1. After this there is no 1, 0 available in this. So it's called natural termination computation process. F2, if you apply, just once you apply the formula and stop terminate the process of computation. So you must understand these two formulas. Now, normal algorithm, what do you actually mean by that? Marco says there is no algorithm invented so far or to be developed in the future which is not normalized. That is, given any algorithm, including complicated algorithms, even in probability theory, which we have done very much, you can write an equivalent normal algorithm. So this is nothing but an ordered list of simple and terminal substitution formulas, and that is called a scheme. A scheme is denoted by S. The ordered pair A, S. The scheme together with the alphabet consisting of the specific alphabet A and the scheme is known as the normal algorithm, denoted in general by the symbol N. Now, I am going to give the functional description of the normal algorithm. You can see here P1 delta Q1, P2 delta Q2, etc., Pn delta Qn. You have n such formulas put in the form of ordered list. Now, delta, it can take on value empty set or empty symbol, null symbol, or the symbol full stop. If lambda is there, empty word is there, it's a simple formula. If delta takes on the symbol full stop, then it is a terminal formula. That is what we should understand. So it is a common description. I'm going to give next is channel 1. And we should try to find out whether the P1, the first formula, left hand side pattern, is available in the input or not. Assume that it is not available. Then you check P2. Assume that it is not available. Keep on going up to Pn. That also is not available. It means none of the left parts of the formulas is applicable to that. It means the algorithm is not applicable to the given input sequence. Next is channel 2. You apply the algorithm. First you try to find out P1, not applicable, P2, not available. You go to Pi, yes, it is available, Pi is available. So the first occurring Pi is replaced by Qi, and the control, that elementary transformed string is transferred to the first formula again. So it is something like a partial recursive functions. Keep on doing that till there is no left hand side part is available in the resulting words, resulting strings, natural termination. The third possibility is, let us say the ith formula Pi is available in the given string. Replace it by Qi, then immediately force the, what they call the process, the computation to a stop. So it's a natural, it's not a natural, it is a terminal cessation, stop of the computation process. So three kinds of approaches are there. Now, example we will see. I'm going to write and join a word Q to P. P is a word, let us say, 0101. Q is another word, 010. I want to make the machine to adjoin 010 to 0101. So that it becomes 0101, 010. That is how it is done. You can see you have alpha, mu. Alpha is an auxiliary symbol. It's like a variable. Mu is a generic variable. This auxiliary symbol alpha is not in A, but it's in a non-terminal alphabet. So you have three formulas. By virtue of which you are able to adjoin 010 to 0101. You can see the steps involved in that. First formula is applied, third formula is applied, alpha is introduced. 0101 has become the alpha 0101. By the virtue of the first formula, alpha mu becomes mu alpha. Alpha migrates towards the right. You can see here, alpha ripples through the string. It goes to the end. After that, the first formula is not available, not applicable. The last formula is not applicable. The second formula is applicable. Immediately, alpha is replaced by Q. The process terminates. So, we have generalized this Markov algorithm way back in 1984. In general, a normal algorithm connects one free monoid to another free monoid. Free monoid is a set of all possible strings that you can generate or can develop, you can construct using the symbols from a given alphabet A. So the generalized normal algorithm, GMA, is a map of the type A star n. A star is not a power, it's a, I would say, common language theoretically we would say that. Goes into A star. You can see here, A star like that. I have given a number of A stars, all are connected to n. It gives an output, it goes into A star. So A star n is n times Cartesian product of A star. So as per the generalization, A union E star, that is the string which are substituted by the values. E is the alphabet of auxiliary symbol. They are called non-terminals. So this is how we have generalized the Markov algorithm. You can see here that all computable mappings of the type A star n goes into A star are realized in terms of mappings of the type A union whole star goes into A star using this concept of GMA. You can clearly see this. Now we have introduced a number of string manipulating techniques. For example, transposition technique. Let us say one word, one substitution formula is of the type 2, 3, make it 3, 2. That is juxtaposition, change, interchange the position, that's it. So transposition technique 1, that is concrete symbols are transposed. Type 2, one concrete symbol and one generic variable. You can transpose 3 mu becomes mu 3 or mu 4 becomes 4 mu, like that. Transposition type 3, alpha mu, mu alpha. Alpha is auxiliary symbol, mu is a generic variable. You can transpose. You can have psi alpha becomes alpha psi. This is possible. Okay. Now, type 4, transposition. Delta mu star psi becomes psi delta mu. It is called right shift formula. You can see that delta is a right carrier. Mu is any symbol. Psi is any symbol from alphabet. But the symbol just before delta is being carried forward to the left. So that is called right shift formula. So that like that, left shift formula. You can see gamma is a left shift operator. Any symbol that is in front of that is being shifted towards left. This is how two different shifting formulas are created. Now, shifting a symbol to the right. Same thing here. You see, for example, ABCD is the given symbol. I introduce delta. Now delta A is being shifted towards right. It goes into BCD delta A. After that, there is no place to shift. Delta is erased, so it becomes BCDA. Then similarly, we shift to left using the gamma operator. You can see that. ABCD, you have a gamma, keeps on shifting towards left. It becomes a DABC. ABCD becomes DABC. It is called a cyclic permutation. Left permutation, right permutation, like that. Then we have annihilation technique. Any simple symbol can be erased. A specific symbol can be erased. So we can erase, keep on erasing symbols like this. You have context-sensitive erasure or annihilation. For example, square mu. Mu is any symbol. It becomes square. It means square is auxiliary symbol. Mu is, erased. Like that, psi tau. Tau is an erasing symbol. That is, left-hand side, whatever is available, it keeps on erasing. So, square and tau are called right annihilator and left annihilator, respectively. So we have this kind of string manipulations, in our theory. You have now cyclic shifting of the normal algorithm. This is very, very important algorithm. What you do, you make use of alpha, beta, gamma auxiliary symbols. A is the basic alphabet. NCS is an algorithm that causes one cyclic shift in the string of any arbitrary length. You have a total of 10 formulas. Let me give an input 1010. 1010, that left hand side 1 should be shifted to the right. 1010 should become 0101. That is what it does. The entire 10 formulas put together. You can see 0101. After 29 elementary transformations, the string 1010 has been transformed into 0101 by the normal algorithm NCS. So you can see clearly, this is a constructive theory what I have developed way back in 1984 for signal processing purposes. There is a one-dimensional data. Now, how about two-dimensional, three-dimensional data? We make use of the notion of cellular automaton. This cellular automaton is a regular uniform lattice, usually infinite in extent with a discrete variable at each side. The state of a cellular automaton at a time instant is determined by the corresponding configuration, that is by the array of values, numerical values of these variables at that time instant. We have extended this notion. Instead of values, numerical values, you can have symbols also. This is what I have introduced. You have one-dimensional, two-dimensional, three-dimensional, multi-dimensional cellular automaton you can have. You can see here, one-dimensional cellular automaton, ith cell, you have I minus 1, 1th cell, I plus 1th cell. So the ith cell, what would be the next value? That is time instant, t plus 1. That is equal to a function of that value, present value of the next neighbor, left neighbor, right neighbor, and the cell itself. You can see clearly from this formula. Then 2D cellular automata. You have 5 and 9 neighborhood structures you can have. You can have, like this, 3D cellular automata, 4D, 5D, etc. These are all mathematical abstractions of cellular automata. They are all what we call developed, implemented using pattern recognition normal algorithms. Now I am going to show you a very important actually product which we have developed using this artificial intelligence. It's called Logical Image Processing System, LIPS version 4.0. This is the product. I'm going to open a file, an image, let's say 500 rupee note. It's a very important AI-based algorithm we have developed here. So you can see here, this Mahatma Gandhi's right hand side, you have some kind of a flower type of thing. Some encrypted message is there. We don't know. The naked eyes will not be able to see that. It's not possible for any fake note people. They create all fake notes. It is not possible to create this kind of a technique. They don't have this technique. Okay. Now you see what we are doing. You have seen this 500 has come here. You can see here 500 vertical, 5 above 0 above 0. This was the image of the 500 rupee note. After processing, we have this particular. So we are able to extract the hidden information using AI-based algorithm. It's a very important concept. Next is. I'm going to give you some kind of a picture like this. This is an ultrasonic picture. You don't see anything. It was given to me by one radiologist. I was not able to understand anything out of this. What I did was, same AI-based algorithms. First, I equalized it. Then, found out the negative of this. Then, I applied what's known as gamma function with the value, let us say 3. And that is the image. I'm going to duplicate this, keep it here. The original picture, I'm going to go back. You can see it very clearly. After this, what you call processing, we're able to see the difference here very, very clearly. Whereas in the original picture, it's not possible. Like that, we have introduced this concept even in cancer detection, especially in breast cancer detection, we have introduced. Now you can see here another example. This is a picture. Is it possible to get a color picture out of that? People spend crores of rupees, millions of dollars to do this job. Now you can see clearly, within seconds I'll be able to do that. You can see this. This actual color picture we are able to get. If all thinking machine does this job, this was the original picture, this is the processed picture. How nicely you can see here, I'll expand this, each and every leaf, thin leaf is being, what we call imparted a green color. You can clearly see this. Another example, I think this should be the last example, I won't take much time. Image compression. This is a very big picture. You can see here. I'm going to show here approximately 1912 by 1072 pixels. So that is such a big picture. So it's difficult to transmit any medium. 100% is difficult to transmit. So what we're going to transmit this? What I'm planning to do is here is compress it to 25%. It means 75% of the image information is lost. Now, again compress it to 6.4%. Means nearly 94-95% of the information is lost. I'm going to compress it again here 1.2%. Approximately 98 or 99% of the image information is lost. Is it possible to get back the picture? You can see here, it's around 228 by 125. Where is 1912 by 1020? Now 228 by 125. Is it possible to get back the picture? You can expand it using again, default algorithm. You can go ahead here, you can see, and default is 25%. You can go ahead with PAT default. The total picture we have arrived. Now we are working on the problem of removing the pixelation error here. Once it is removed, then the original picture intact will be obtained. So these are all the gimmicks, these are all the magic we show by using artificial intelligence algorithms. Now, okay, so this is what a simple product. We make use of this artificial intelligence in deciding crime prediction we have done already, which I'm going to talk at the end of the day. Our crime prediction support system is a very powerful tool, actually practically working tool. Then we have extended to the stock price prediction support system. It will change the entire economy, world economy, if introduced the cloud as a software as a source. It will really regulate the financial movement in the stock exchange. Thank you very much for the opportunity given to me. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Chairman. Now we'll have our next keynote address from Emmanuel Achu. He is the Chairman and CEO of Anacosmos Group and the Vice Chairman of World Innovation and Technology Expo. He will be speaking on accelerating sustainable growth through the synergy of technology, innovation, and investment. Let's welcome Emmanuel Achu.
I extend a heartfelt welcome to all esteemed participants as we come together at Expo 2023 to explore the synergy of technology, innovation, and investment and their pivotal role in propelling sustainable growth. It is truly an honor to share my perspectives in this keynote address on our theme, Accelerating Sustainable Growth through the Synergy of Technology, Innovation, and Investment with you today. Today we stand at the crucial and critical juncture in our shared history, where the convergence of these three powerful forces present unprecedented opportunities to shape a brighter and a more sustainable future for all. In this rapidly evolving world, the challenges we face are multifaceted and complex. Climate change, resource depletion, social inequalities, and economic uncertainties are but a few of the pressing issues demanding our attention. However, embedded within these challenges lie a vast expanse of untapped potential. It is this potential, harnessed through the convergence of technology, innovation, and investment, that will drive the engine of sustainable growth and create a more equitable and prosperous world. One notable example of the promising future lies in the renewable energy revolution. The transition from fossil fuel to renewable energy sources is a prime illustration of the powerful synergy between technology, innovation, and investment in driving sustainable growth. Advances in solar and wind technologies have made renewable energy more accessible and cost-effective. Another example that signifies the transformative power of the synergy between technology, innovation, and investment is found in impactful agri-tech solutions. The agricultural sector faces significant challenges in meeting the food demands of a growing global population while minimizing its environmental footprint. The convergence of technology innovation in the agri-tech space has led to remarkable advances in sustainable agriculture. Investment in agri-tech startups and sustainable farming practices not only lead to a better food security, but also contribute to biodiversity preservation and water conservation. These developments signal a future where technology-driven agriculture can sustainably feed a growing global population. The concept of a circular economy presents yet another example of how the synergy of technology, innovation, and investment can drive sustainable growth. A circular economy involves designing products for longevity, recycling materials, and reducing waste. Innovative recycling techniques are emerging to reclaim valuable resources from discarded products and materials. The misconception that prioritizing sustainability hinders development and profitability is being challenged by real-world examples demonstrating the embracing sustainable practices can create new opportunities and propel businesses to greater heights. Moreover, adopting sustainable practices is becoming a prerequisite for accessing capital and securing long-term investment. Impact investors, institutional funds, and consumers are increasingly looking beyond short-term profit and demand environmental, social, and governance (ESG) considerations in their investment decisions. Companies with robust sustainability strategies are more likely to attract funding and achieve financial stability. Innovation is a key catalyst for reconciling sustainable growth and development with profitability. As technology continues to advance, businesses can find inventive solutions to address sustainability challenges. Clean energy innovations have transformed renewable sources into reliable and cost-effective alternatives to fossil fuel. The rise of circular economy and efficient waste management technologies allow businesses to turn waste into valuable resources, cutting costs and reducing ecological footprint. As we embark on the journey of accelerating sustainable growth through the synergy of technology, innovation, and investment, it is crucial to recognize that achieving our collective vision requires careful and considerable adherence to certain precautions. While the potential for positive impact is immense, we must remain mindful of potential pitfalls and unattended consequences. Firstly, it is essential to prioritize ethical considerations in all technological advancement and innovation efforts. The rapid pace of technology changes can sometimes outstrip our understanding of its potential implications. We must diligently assess the ethical implications of new technologies, ensuring that they do not perpetuate social inequalities or compromise individual privacy and rights. Secondly, investment must be made with a keen eye on the long-term sustainability rather than short-term gains. A short-sighted focus on immediate profitability may lead to detrimental environmental or social impacts in the future. Impact investors and businesses should thoroughly evaluate the ESG criteria of the investment, ensuring they align with sustainable development goals and principles. Furthermore, collaborations and information sharing among stakeholders are vital to maximize the impact of our collective efforts. Governments, business, academia, and civil society must work together to fostering an enabling environment for sustainable growth. Open dialogue and transparency can help identify synergies, avoid duplication of efforts, and address potential challenges more effectively. Another precaution is to be cautious of the greenwash, where organizations falsely present themselves as environmentally friendly without meaningful actions to back their claims. Stakeholders should be vigilant and demand veritable sustainability practices from companies and investment initiatives. Finally, we must be cognizant of the digital divide and ensure that technology innovation benefits all segments of society. As we embrace cutting-edge technology, we must not leave behind the marginalized communities or perpetuate disparities. Efforts should be made to bridge the digital gap and promote inclusive access to technology, innovation, and advancement. In conclusion, it is evident that a sustainable growth does not come at the expense of development or profitability. On the contrary, embracing sustainability can drive innovation, create new market opportunities, and enhance competitiveness. By aligning environmental and social responsibility with economic interest, business can secure long-term success while contributing to a more sustainable and equitable world. As we move forward, let us dispel the notion that sustainable practices hinder growth and profitability, and instead embrace the transformative power of sustainability in shaping a thriving and resilient future for all. Thank you for your attention, and may our shared endeavors at WIT Expo bring us closer to a world where technology, innovation, and investment amalgamate and foster sustainable growth and a brighter future. Thank you once again, and let us make WIT Expo an unforgettable and impactful experience. Enjoy all the sessions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Vice Chairman. Thank you very much, Vice Chairman, for your presentation. We'll now have an address from our guest of honor. He's also a keynote speaker, Emeritus Professor Stephen Ade. He'll be speaking on the topic National Investments in Innovation and Technology as a Catalyst for Economic Growth. He's an Emeritus Professor, Humanities and Social Sciences, Ashesi University. He's an economist, former board chairman, National Development Planning Commission, Ghana. Welcome, Professor.
Ladies and gentlemen, I feel honored to be a guest of honor and a keynote speaker at this forum. I believe that this session focusing on accelerating sustainable growth through technology, innovation, and investment is one of the most contemporary issues to be addressed, and I'm glad you are doing so. My address will focus specifically on national investments in innovation and technology as a catalyst for economic growth. In the fast-paced and interconnected world of the 21st century, where unprecedented technological revolutions abound, the significance of innovation and technology in driving economic growth cannot be overstated. At the moment, embracing technology and innovations opens the gateway to overcoming challenges and creating new opportunities in both economic and social spheres. Investment in innovation and technology yield tangible dividends, particularly in critical sectors such as agriculture, healthcare, and education, not to mention fast-moving ICT-based. These investments lead to increased productivity, improved living standards, and enhanced well-being for citizens, preparing nations towards material progress. Innovation, however, goes beyond merely developing new products. This day and age, it involves finding better solutions to problems, enhancing processes, and elevating the overall quality of life. By fostering an environment that encourages creativity, we unlock the potential for groundbreaking ideas to flourish, stimulating business growth and fueling the economy through job creation and increased economic activities. Ladies and gentlemen, I think that technology serves as the backbone of modern economies, driving efficiency, productivity, and opening up new markets. Gone are the days when the progress of nations depended upon the size of your land or agriculture or the number of your people. Strategic investments in technology today, especially in technological infrastructure, including high-speed internet, digitization, research and innovation centers, have become the prime movers of economies that are making fast-paced in the 21st century. Today we have 5G networks, and we don't know what will come tomorrow, and smart cities, among others. These not only generate employment opportunities in the short term, but also attract businesses and foster innovation. If you are a country and you are equipped with this, and they do so across diverse sectors, leading to sustainable, cutting-edge industries and technologies. I must say that requires prioritizing education and training. This is crucial for nurturing a skilled workforce capable of preparing innovation forward. It also demands emphasizing science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, as they call it, STEM, a type of education which equips young people and the citizenry with the necessary tools to thrive in the knowledge-based economy. Ladies and gentlemen, I must also emphasize that increasingly collaboration between the public and private sectors has become a linchpin to move countries from agrarian and low-scale economies to that which allows success and investment in innovation and technology. By fostering public sector and private sector partnerships in the areas of knowledge, in areas of resources, in the area of sharing risks, the economy is enabled to implement ambitious projects and benefit the entire nation. While embracing innovation and technology brings abundant benefits, I must say that it is also vital to tackle the challenges that they bring, because there are some few downsides when it comes to technology, because it can lead to unemployment if your people are not skilled, and dislocations in the system. And thus, when we are talking about the benefits of technological progress, we must also think that there's a need for shared, equitable resources so that many segments of the society are not left behind. Ladies and gentlemen, in conclusion, let me say that national investment in innovation and technology act as catalysts for transformative economic growth, reshaping the economies and lifting its population to a higher level. Embracing innovation and technological progress is no longer a choice, but an imperative for nations aspiring to secure a prosperous future for their citizenry. Failure to do so a country will be at a great disadvantage in the 21st century. The fourth industrial revolution is here. Now we have artificial intelligence taking over some of the things that we never dreamt of and pushing the frontier of technology. Those who lag behind, I'll call them the laggers, will suffer even greater distance between those who have embraced innovation and technology. In innovation and technology, you are either joining or you are going to be left behind. And my country, Ghana, cannot afford to be left behind. With these remarks, ladies and gentlemen, I want to congratulate those who have organized this forum, Expo, bringing people from different backgrounds with diverse programs, discussions, and networking opportunities at this event. I would urge all attendees to actively engage and participate in meaningful conversations. Let us seize this opportunity to exchange ideas and to push the frontier, especially at the intellectual level, in fostering collaboration and to explore new avenues for sustainable growth and development propelled by innovation and technology. I thank you.
That was a thought-provoking presentation from the professor. We'll now move to another keynote speaker, Lord Chris Holmes of Richmond, MB. He is a member of the UK House of Lords, thought leader, digital technology for public good. He will speak on digital technology for public good. Let's welcome our keynote speaker.
Hello, it's a real pleasure to be with you today. I'm Chris, Lord Holmes of Richmond. I've been in Parliament for the last 10 years. What I'd like to share with you today is just my thoughts on technology for public good, how we can maximise the opportunity, a few thoughts on governance, and then ultimately, what does all this mean currently for us as individuals, as institutions, and internationally. As I say, I've been in Parliament for 10 years and my work largely rests around new technologies such as AI, distributed ledger technology, Internet of Things, and also stretching across the whole issues of diversity and inclusion. My thesis is pretty simple, that the golden threads are talent and technology. We need to conceive of these new technologies for sure as incredibly powerful, not least artificial intelligence, but they're tools in our human hands for us to design, for us to develop, for us to deploy for human good. AI, of course, but also crucial to understand AI converging, AI in concert with other technologies, not least distributed ledger technology. What I'd like to start with is the current economic outlook, because that can be pretty stifling if we aren't able to get over it. Stubborn inflation around the world. On an individual level, cost of living crisis, energy crisis. And when we put the narrative around new technologies alongside that, it can seem pretty daunting. The bots are either going to take all of our jobs or they're going to kill us. We just don't know which is going to come first. But let me take us all to a lighter, brighter perspective. I think if we get this right, it's going to be much more about augmentation. Yes, there'll be a number of elements which AI is able to do, and it will take away some roles, but it will also create a whole heap of roles, and it will augment labour more than it simply destroys labour. In simple terms, if we just conceive of AI to human intellect, what steam was to human strength, then we get a sense of the scale of the possibilities and what we're dealing with here. And in that all AI is predicated on data, we need to fully understand what data we have, what data we need, what we want to do with that data, what's the bias like in that data, can synthetic data help? Lots of questions around that to really drill into. And what are some of the current trends that we're seeing with these new technologies? Certainly personalisation, which is and will continue to be incredibly powerful, not least when put together with predictive analytics. But edge computing and explainability, there's so much happening. And another critical point to understand, it's all happening at pace and it's all happening at the same time. So to pull the public good out of all this, let's consider concepts such as trustworthiness. A simple example, if citations were set alongside search results, that would be a really powerful step towards trustworthiness on the behalf of that service provider. Fairness, explainability, accessibility, interoperability, reusability, all of these ideas well worth thinking about a lot more. Perhaps the greatest public good has to be health, and certainly in the UK our National Health Service is the largest generator of health data on the planet. What we could have here, if we get it right, is both humans on the supply and the demand side. Diagnosis, for example, through personalisation, where people's medical plans are set against their own vital signs and medical data, giving that level of specificity, early intervention and better outcomes. When it comes to scans, we just think across London, Moorfields Eye Hospital, a world-leading centre for eye research, using AI to scan hundreds of thousands of retina images. A consultant could never do that in her or his lifetime, but that consultant can then benefit from the AI having done all that scanning to augment their practice. And indeed, care bots potentially solving the huge demographic dilemma that so many nations are currently facing. And it doesn't just have to be seen in terms of nice to have, pro bono. Public good can also rightly deliver a profit. Health, for example, is predicted by 2030 to have a compound annual growth rate of 37.5% when it comes to AI in health. That's certainly worth thinking about. Moving on to a second public good, perhaps a bit surprising, supply chain. I believe supply chain are the routes, the conduits, the corridor for delivering public good. It's why I got involved with the Electronic Trade Documents Bill, now an Act of Parliament here, to enable the digitisation of international trade. It's so currently disappointingly papery. The Electronic Trade Documents Act I've described as the most important act, the most important piece of legislation no one's ever heard of. It's incredibly straightforward, incredibly simple. It merely means that trade documents can be held in electronic form. You may think this has been possible for decades. Not so, because they're possessive documents in nature. That means if you hold the paper, you hold the goods. So it's technology that has enabled this Act of Parliament, because through blockchain currently, though the Act is rightly non-prescriptive on the technology, it means that I could hold an electronic trade document and I could prove that nobody else held that document, and that would give me the right to hold those goods. Great first step for the UK to be the first G7 nation to pass this Act, but we need every nation, every single nation around the world to pass similar legislation in their jurisdictions so we can truly have digitally enabled electronic trade document driving trade for economic benefit, for environmental benefit. Imagine all those days. Currently it takes around 7 to 10 days to transfer title. Those 7 to 10 days through electronic trade documents melted into minutes. No longer the need for someone to get on a plane at Heathrow to fly to Singapore with a trade document to unite it with the goods, all done electronically in minutes. So financial inclusion, again, a key element where technologies can be brought to bear. Imagine how all of that data can be used to give real-time assessment of people's credit worthiness, enabling credit to people currently just denied on the computer says no. That's not increasing risk, it's just having real-time assessment of what the true credit worthiness is of that individual. If we financially include, it makes not only economic, it makes social, it makes psychological sense. What do we need to wrap all around these new technologies? The right regulatory, the right governance framework. It's why I put proposals to the Financial Services and Markets Act earlier this year to suggest that all businesses should have an AI officer on their board to be able to stand up and explain where AI is used in that business and to talk about the ethical basis on which that AI is being deployed in that organisation. Why is governance, why is regulation so important? Because things go wrong, and we see that in all sectors. In this area specifically, I can pull a number of examples. An autonomous vehicle driving into a pedestrian, an HR recruitment software supposedly designed to transform the shortlisting process in IT, only shortlisting male candidates because it was trained on previous 10 years of data where largely only men had got those jobs. It's so obvious when you look at it, but these are real examples of how the technology can go wrong if we don't have the right regulatory, the right governance framework, and have explainability right at the core of all of this. So what does all this mean for us as individuals? We need to ensure we have our skeptical senses fully tuned, always skeptical, never cynical. We need to be curious. Crucially, we need to get involved in the public debate, and we need to get involved with the AI itself. For institutions, all institutions are data businesses, are AI organisations. We need to ensure that they are all trustworthy institutions, have to have the golden threads of talent and technology running through them to be able to scale rather than taking a case-by-case approach, to bring in the large language models, potentially in a closed modelling environment, which could be incredibly powerful for both public and private institutions alike. Critically, as has always been the case, there needs to be a relentless and complete focus on the customer, true, real, sustainable customer centricity. And internationally, well, AI knows no borders, knows no boundaries. It's as good a reason to drive an international, connecting, co-creating, collaborating environment as anything else. The greatest challenges we face now, climate, energy, and indeed AI itself, are all international, are all global in nature, and we need to collaborate around them. Crucially, the legislation, the regulation, and the technologies themselves need to have interoperability running right through. So, immense opportunities, but we need to be fully cognizant of the risks, of how these technologies can go wrong, and then to regulate, to legislate, to plan, to prepare, to develop and deploy so they go right. Because if this doesn't go right, it won't be a failure of the technology, it will be a failure of us. We have such an extraordinary opportunity being around at this time. Human-led technologies for public good, common good, private good, economic growth, social growth, psychological growth. That is what we have in front of us right now, and we all have a role to play. Enjoy the conference, connect with new people, connect with new friends. Join me on LinkedIn at Lord Chris Holmes. Would love to hear your views on all of this. Look forward to catching up with you all really soon. Take care. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much, Lord Chris. We'll now transition to our next presentation with Professor Doctor of Engineer Claudio Moraga. He's part of the Faculty of Computer Science, Technical University of Dortmund in Dortmund, Germany. He will speak on pentagram-inspired study of 5-value symmetric bend function.
Good day, wherever you may be. I'm going to give a report on research in progress about pentagram-inspired study of 5-value symmetric bend functions. First of all, let me give you couple of words about my relationship with pentagram. That goes back to 2005. There, Professor Ryan organized a conference on systemic, cybernetic, and informatics in Hyderabad. And I was invited to participate, and then he asked me to light one of the 5 oil candles representing the 5 components of the universe according to the philosophy of pentagram. I was glad to do that, and after that I kept interested in the number 5. First of all, bend functions. They were introduced in the 60s by Oscar Rothaus. They are Boolean functions with highest nonlinearity, and therefore they were very interesting for people working in coding theory and cryptography. A Boolean bend function is bent if and only if all the coefficients in one spectrum have the magnitude 2 to the n over 2. Because of this n over 2, n was restricted to be an even number in order to have integer value of the coefficients. If n equals 2, there are 8 bend functions out of 16 Boolean, so 1/2. If n equals 4, there are about 900 out of 65,000, so here the fraction is much smaller. And if n equals 6, there are 10 to the 10 bend functions, but out of 10 to the 19 Boolean functions in 6 variables. So as long as you have more variables, they have more bend functions, but the fraction with respect to all of them is very small. That was also one reason for interest in cryptography, but also one problem in generating, classifying, and discovering these functions. Now, how about symmetric functions? An in-place function is symmetric if we get the same value at all places with a permutation of the value assignment to the arguments. And if the function is Boolean, and we call sigma the number of symmetric functions, then sigma equals 2 to the n plus 1. And here we have some of the numbers on symmetric functions as the number of arguments increase. So this is a very small amount compared to the number of bend functions. with respect to Boolean symmetric and bent functions, so combining both aspects that we mentioned in the earlier transparencies, I only know one work by the colleague Savici, a paper called On the Bent Boolean Functions Which Are Symmetric, Bent and Symmetric, which was published in the European Journal of Combinatorics in 1994, so long ago. And the main statement in this paper is that for every n even required for bent functions in the Boolean case, there are exactly 4 Boolean symmetric bent functions, independently of the value of n. So this was a very strong counterintuitive result, but very important. He showed that this is actually true. So I was curious about what could happen if we ask the same question, but in 5-value functions, which we call pentary. So first of all, so this is the way we define 5-value functions. And how about 5-valued bent functions? A pentary function is bent if and only if all the coefficients of a circular Pinning incremental spectrum have magnitude 5 to the n over 2. And in this case may be even or odd. The Pinning-Christensen spectrum, the Pinning-Christensen transform, in the 5-value case is isomorphic with the discrete Fourier transform. And the circular case is called this way because the function had to be mapped first to the unit circle in the complex plane before calculating the spectrum. And then the restriction to be 5 to the n over 2. If n equals 1, there are 100 pentary bent functions out of 3,000 functions with only one argument. We proved that in some paper long ago. And for the time being, this is the only result that is known. There is not known about n equals 2 or larger, a number of bent functions because that grows tremendously fast. Now, how about pentary symmetric functions? Sigma is going to be equal to 5 to the kappa, where kappa is this binomial coefficient. If n equals 2, there are 5 to the 25 functions. And since kappa equals 15, there are 5 to the 15 pentary symmetric functions. 5 to the 15 is this one, so we are moving in 30,000 millions of symmetric functions in the 5-value domain, and there are 5 to the 25, which is this number that we cannot read and cannot even imagine. We are moving into the region of the 5 quintillions. So that's a huge number. Now, this is what we already said, and if the value vector of a pentary symmetric function is a palindrome, so equals from one extreme to the other, then the function is called strong symmetric. And if a function is symmetric but it's not strong, then it will be called simple symmetric, to be able to differentiate between these two kinds of partial aspects of symmetry. Now we need some words about the tensor sum, which we use this symbol. This is the definition of the tensor sum. It's very close related to the Kronecker product, except that the basic operations are summation, or sums, is set of product. If we have this tensor sum of two vectors, the result is going to be one additional vector where the first component is going to be added to all the others, then the second one to all, up to the last one to all of them, as suggested here. Normally it is simpler to represent this result as a matrix, as a table. Here are the components of one vector, here the components of the other vector, and here the different entries which are added here. This could be a table representation of the tensor sum of these two vectors. Notice that this one is isomorphic to the modulo 5 sum of the vectors, the components of A and B. So we will be using this isomorphism for calculations of the tensor product, tensor sum of vectors. By the way, the tensor sum is not necessarily commutative, so this is normally different. There are some particular symmetry restrictions on A and B to be able to have A added to B equals B added to A. But there is an important theorem that we will be using in this work. If H1 is the value vector on n-place Peltari bent function on n variables, and H2 the same on m values, then the tensor sum of H1 and H2, here called H3, is the value vector of an m plus n place Peltari function. So the tensor sum preserves bentless. And here let me summarize our results. For the Boolean case, we refer to the work of Savicii. Remember that for the Boolean case, the number of argumentos had to be even. So 1, 3 does not exist as for Boolean functions. For Boolean functions, it was already known, as we mentioned, that there are 8 in the case of 2 variables and about 900 in the case of 4 variables. Savicii did not make a difference between simple symmetric and strong symmetric, so I just summarized as strong symmetric is final result of these 4 symmetric bent functions in the Boolean case. Now the results of our research so far, as I mentioned earlier, we proved somewhere in another paper that in the case of bent functions in the 5 value case, they are 100 on just one argument. With respect to 2 arguments, we don't know. We have a weak lower bound which is on the order of 10 to the 5, so this grows very fast. And nobody knows about the number of bent functions for 3, 4, 5 valued variables. But let us talk about the result that we obtained thus far. In the case of, let's start with strong symmetric. In the case of strong symmetric bent functions, we proved that in the case of only one argument, there are 20 strong symmetric bent functions. And interesting that for n equals 2, 3, or 4, we still are finding 20 strong symmetric bent functions. Now, for the rest of the symmetric functions, the simple symmetric bent functions, in the case of one, there is no one because it is impossible for one argument to have a symmetric function, since one argument can have a permutation of value sign with only one. It may have a strong symmetric when the value vector is a palindrome. Then we have strong symmetric bent function. For the case of n equals 2, we prove in the paper that there are 100 such functions. And in the case of 4, there are also 120 such functions. We are still working on the case of n equals 3. The result that we have until now is not very convincing. This is strong. This will have the result. Here we are still working on that one. if we find one basic simple symmetric band function that allowed us to generate 120, then we would be confirming the result of Savicii in the 5-value domain. And that's a very interesting alternative. Nobody has tried this earlier in the 5-value domain. So thank you very much for your attention. If there are any questions, I would like to answer them, or just send me an email.
Thank you very much, Professor. We'll now have our next presentation from another keynote speaker, Professor Dr. Michael P. Coyle of Brody School of Medicine, East Carolina University. He'll be speaking on the topic Medicine in the Age of Technological Wizardry.
Thank you. I hope you can hear me. I promise you I'm not going to be talking about anything that has to do with mathematics. I live near the Research Triangle in North Carolina, Raleigh-Durham area. And today I would like to discuss some of the technological advances in medicine. To begin with, targeted therapy for cancer. Chemotherapy and radiation therapy have primarily been the modes used in the treatment of cancer. Unfortunately, both of these treatments can injure or kill healthy cells as well as cancer cells. In addition, significant side effects may occur. In the past decade, targeted cancer therapies have been developed, including stem cell-based therapies, immunotherapy, and nano-carrier-based therapies. These work primarily by identifying and killing deadly cancer cells, as well as interfering with the spread of cancer by blocking the cells that are involved in the growth of tumors. In other words, cancer cells are targeted, but not healthy cells. These treatments can be individualized to attack the tumor's molecular makeup and help eliminate the side effects caused by chemotherapy and radiation. Next, printed body parts. Many individuals need organ transplants. It's been found that living cells could be sprayed through inkjet printers without being affected. There are a number of cell types that are combined with polymers and sprayed through various print heads. Polymers help keep shape to spray layers upon layers that bind together and grow into living functional tissues. Body parts that have been successfully printed include ovary, elastic bone, bionic ear, skin, heart, tooth, and eye. About 10 years ago, a company offered the first commercially available 3D bioprinted human liver and kidney. There's a new class of antibiotics. As you may know, there's been a large increase in bacterial resistance against current antibiotics. Recently, oxypanoprolinamides, a new class of antibiotics, is being developed to combat multi-drug resistant bacterial pathogens. Iboxamycin is one compound in this new class which can kill drug-resistant bacteria. Human genome draft. In 2013, the first draft that sequenced the human genome was completed. As you know, DNA information is used to treat, cure, or prevent thousands of diseases that affect mankind. Gene sequencing has identified single genes that cause disease, enabling treatments to be developed. Hopefully, human genome draft sequencing will allow the development of treatments or possible cures for all diseases. Treatment for HIV. HIV or AIDS treatment originally consisted of a single regimen that was ineffective because there were many medications taken individually. This created a problem with compliance because of the difficulty for patients to stay on schedule with taking so many medications. And these medications had numerous side effects. These single therapies also enabled HIV to change or mutate, and this disease became unresponsive. The disease became immune to the treatments available. In 2017, Juluca was developed and intended for the first two-drug single-dose treatment for AIDS patients that were already on an antiretroviral treatment regimen. And in 2019, Dovato was developed, which is a two-drug single-dose treatment for HIV. This was approved for people who had not been on antiretroviral therapy previously. New research involves a single injection that may last several months for protection, as well as possible implantable form of medication delivery that would stop the need for patients to take pills every day. Recently, Biktarvy has been introduced as a complete HIV treatment that combines three powerful medications to form the smallest three-drug, single tablet, once daily dosing with or without food. This is indicated for people with no antiretroviral treatment history or to replace a current antiretroviral treatment regimen with those who are showing a low level of viral activity. And finally, Sunlenca, which is a long-acting subcutaneous injectable administered twice a year, used in combination with other antiretroviral medications to be used with heavily treatment-experienced adults with multi-drug resistant HIV, failing current antiretroviral regimen due to resistance, intolerance, or safety considerations. Functional MRI, or magnetic resonance imaging. Regular MRI allows doctors to see how the brain looks, whereas fMRI allows them to see what the brain does and how it functions. Doctors can actually see changes in brain cells, oxygen levels, blood circulation, and how the neurons function, showing which parts of the brain are involved in specific activities. Using these techniques, researchers can assess the brain and spinal cord without invasive procedures or using painful drug injections. Controlling heart disease. Cardiovascular disease, as you know, is still very prevalent, but due to advances in the area of cardiovascular health, mortality due to heart disease has decreased significantly over the past 10 years. During a heart attack, patients can be successfully treated with TPA, which is a genetically engineered tissue plasminogen activator, if patients are treated early. Plaque in the blood vessels can be reduced, stents can be placed, bypass surgery can be performed. In addition, cardiac monitoring can be performed using subcutaneous monitors, as well as the use of smartwatches to monitor cardiac rhythm. Bionic prostheses. Individuals who have lost their limbs or who were born without them now have the opportunity to replace them with a fully functional device. Bionic limbs such as legs, arms, feet, and hands can be positioned through the use of an app on iPad or a monitor. Three-dimensional computer models use socket designs to make these limbs feel as real as possible, as well as functional. How cancer cells spread. Cancer cells can spread by means of metastasis. A new study reveals how this happens, and subsequently, hopefully, will lead a way to stop it. A protein labeled GRP78 is called a chaperone protein. It aids in the folding or unfolding of larger proteins, basically building them up or tearing them down, which then affects whether they are biologically active and functional. A team led at Keck School of Medicine at the University of Southern California found that cancer cells can hijack this protein, using it to spread further in the body and resist treatment. This protein seems to migrate when under stress. And normally this protein is found in the endoplasmic reticulum. But new research shows it moving to the nucleus and changing cell behavior by controlling gene expression. Advanced two-dimensional and three-dimensional imaging techniques, including confocal microscopy, where separate beams of light are used to increase resolution, were used to confirm the migration of this protein. Artificial organs. There is a constant need for organ transplants to continue life because of accidents, diseases, and birth defects. Organ donation does not meet the demand in many instances. There's a significant amount of time and resources now being devoted to growing artificial organs in labs. Currently, there are 7 organs being grown in labs with some success. Those include eyes, hearts, skin, bone, muscles, brains, and liver. Hemgenics. This is the name of a new one-time infusion for those with hemophilia. This is an intravenous infusion approved last fall and consists of a viral vector carrying a gene for clotting factor IX. This gene is expressed in the liver to produce factor IX protein, which increases blood levels of factor IX and effectively limits bleeding episodes associated with hemophilia. This drug costs $3.5 million per use, but compared to the lifelong costs of having hemophilia, which is estimated to be approximately $20 million. Alzheimer's treatment. Aduhelm, name of a drug, has recently been added to the market as a treatment for Alzheimer's. This medication attaches to and reduces amyloid plaques, which is associated with the buildup of proteins in the brains of those with Alzheimer's. It's not certain if amyloid plaques cause Alzheimer's and cognitive impairment, but it has been found that those with Alzheimer's tend to have an elevated level of these proteins. Results of trials show minimal improvement, but trials continue. This medication is the first medication indicated for Alzheimer's that has been approved in the past 20 years. Virtual reality. Currently, there are over 200 hospitals in the United States using virtual reality to help patients in a number of ways. And these are the following: helping patients visualize and understand their treatment plans, distracting children who are excessively nervous about blood tests, flu shots, or other routine procedures, helping to manage them through distraction, helping to immerse the patient in a peaceful environment to improve breathing and relaxation, and helping to allow stroke patients to practice and relearn daily activities. Diabetes. Recently, hybrid insulin peptides have been found on beta cells of people with type 1 diabetes and recognized by foreign as by their immune cells. Even after the onset of diabetes, immune cells are still present in the blood that attack these peptides. Research is being done to see if these peptides can be used as a biomarker or possibly even targeted to prevent or treat type 1 diabetes. To create a fully automated artificial pancreas, it's critical to be able to quantify blood glucose in an accurate and stable manner. Currently, glucose monitoring is available. It is found to be dependent on the activity of an enzyme, which can change over time. Subsequently, inaccurate readings and the need of frequent replacement or calibration is required. Research has been done to show that there may be a non-enzymatic approach to continuously monitor glucose levels. This new molecule is stable over long periods of time. It can be easily integrated into miniaturized systems. Another area of research involves using immunotherapy to prevent immune cells from attacking beta cells and reducing the inflammatory process. Insulin acts like a key traveling through the blood and opening the cellular lock to enable the entry of glucose into muscle and fat cells. In people with type 2 diabetes, this lock appears to be changed. Therefore, insulin is not as effective. This is called insulin resistance. It is not certain what causes insulin resistance, but recently a molecule called ceramide has been recognized as a driver of insulin resistance in mice. There has been recent research showing a new therapeutic strategy for lowering ceramides and reversing insulin resistance. In addition, it has been noted that people with type 2 diabetes may show that insulin works completely normal in the fasting state, where it's acting mostly on the liver, but very poorly after a meal when it's acting mostly on muscle and fat. It has been found by genetic research that there is a gene related to GLUT4, a critical protein responsible for transporting glucose from the bloodstream into the cells after eating. Decreased amounts of GLUT4 in muscle tissue were associated with this genetic variant. We've already had discussions about artificial intelligence, and I agree with previous speakers that in the right hands and using it cautiously, that artificial intelligence can be very helpful in helping with patient care. Whole body MRI scans have been introduced for preventive health screening. Unfortunately, radiologists on a normal day cannot handle all that data, so artificial intelligence can be useful in that manner. Finally, I would like to make a comment. The healthcare system is fairly complex with a number of stakeholders in the delivery of that care. And just because a country has significant advancement in technology does not equate necessarily with desirable outcomes. The United States is an example of that, with significant healthcare expenditures and not necessarily the best outcomes. In the United States, as well as other countries, there is increased immigration, an increase in older individuals with statistically more chronic problems that deserve increased resources, a decreased number of providers, especially for primary care, limited infrastructure for delivery of that care, limited resources for medications and imaging and testing, and limited resources for mental health care, as well as addiction medicine and associated social demands for all of the above. There are also other statistics to keep in mind. The United Nations estimates that 14,000 children die and 5,000 babies are stillborn every day, mostly of preventable causes. Significantly, children in sub-Saharan Africa and South Asia continue to face the highest risk of death in the world. These two regions account for more than 80% of global deaths under the age of 5. Globally, the main causes of death from 2000 until 2019 are ischemic heart disease, stroke, chronic obstructive pulmonary disease, lower respiratory infections, neonatal conditions, tracheal, bronchial, and lung cancers, Alzheimer's disease, diarrheal diseases, diabetes mellitus, and kidney disease. One must also remember that there are nearly 800 million people in this world who lack basic access to clean water. Those who do not access to clean water may fall susceptible to illness, have the inability to attend school regularly or perform other work necessary to sustain a family and a community amidst regular trips to faraway water sources. The same communities also battle poverty on a regular basis. Thank you for your attention.
That was a deep dive presentation from Professor. We'll now have our next presentation from Professor M.V. Ramanujam. He is the founder and CEO of Propinquity Therapeutics, Bangalore, India. He'll be speaking on three researchers discovering to better invent.
So let me take it up. I hope you can hear me. I'm trying to load the slides right now. Can you give me 1 second? I will load the slides. I will unmute myself at this point. No. Hello? Hello, can you hear me? Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, please proceed.
Yes, please.
Yeah, I need 1 second because the timing was a little bit. I'm on outside. I need 1 second. I need to load the slides actually. Just 1 second, please. Video. Yeah, now share. Hello, can you see me by this process presentation?
Yes, we can see. Please continue, sir.
Yeah. Okay. So I am presenting on behalf of Professor Jean-Claude Perez, who is a retired IBM professor of mathematical genomics and biology from Bordeaux, France. And I'm his genomics collaborator as part of the International Fractal Alliance. And his topic is, it is not the technique that enslaves us, but the secret transferred to the technique. So let me go to the next slide and show you his photograph. Can you see the photograph of Professor Dr. Jean-Claude Perez from Bordeaux, France? Yes, correct. You can see that, right? Hello, can you hear me?
Proceed. Don't have to
Please
ask
proceed.
questions.
We can
Proceed.
hear you. Please proceed.
Yeah,
We
yeah,
all
okay.
hear you. You keep.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Talking.
Okay, so he is presenting his Conway's game of life. What he shows is a U, a structured figured here, and there is a self-organization, but yet fractal self-similarity. And apart from Conway's life, he is also suggesting that the programming language called APL, which even is not known today's world, is something he was working when he was working in IBM, and he was working on fractal chaos. And he goes on telling us he published a book, French book on artificial neural networks when he was neural networks and artificial intelligence professor way back in 1980s. and he was associated with another French giant, Benoit Mandelbrot, and he is IBM professor in the United States. At that time, he picked up and wrote this book, and goes on to show that his golden ratio concept that he arrived at, and he published a book also on that, and it is actually the pi value and phi value that he is talking about. And it is actually the fractal chaos neuron, because the Purkinje cells and the synaptic cells, the fractal neurons, in fact, the humans themselves are fractals and multifractals, and therefore a lot of organs are fractals and organelles are fractals, and even genome is a fractal. So this professor has been working for a very long time, and he shows here as the Benoit Mandelbrot, the father of the fractal geometry, from a French American. And his friend entomologist, he shows here as Remy Chauvin, was working with the bees, and the advantage when working with entomology with the bees and ants. And he refers to the point that how the ants are very collectively working, and how humans are disengaged even at this point of time. And that's what he's showing here as the golden spiral. The bee's world is the anthill. He calls it as an anthill, actually. And going forward, the golden spirals, he published a patent way back. And at that time, he left artificial intelligence and he embraced genomics. And at that time, he also was the first person to work with other scientists in the US on a CD for the first music gene. And he was the first person to collectively engage a lot of scientists in the US on the fractal music, and first music that was produced in 1995. And he shows that a musical sheet of the oncogene KRAS and KI-RAS, and also these oncogenes are KI-RAS and RAS gene, and all these things are very well known. And how he came up with this based upon this artificial intelligence, and he engaged himself into genomics post his interaction with Luc Montagnier, who is a Nobel laureate from France, and he is now actually the part of the Luc Montagnier Foundation in Switzerland. And he explains that the fractal dragon curve moves on the human genome codon population. And one of his work is on the golden ratio, and not only on the golden ratio, the pi value, pi, and phi value that he has worked on. And he has shown the fractal chaos, how important it is. And when he looked at the codon, the chromosome 4 and other chromosomes, and he derives that the 6 fractal dragon transformation of codons from the universal genetic matrix. He goes on to say the formula of the life, the supracode that he derived from the formula of the life, and this non-linear numerical projection of their atomic mass. I don't want to go into a lot of mathematical details, but I will be happy to provide all of his papers. And over the past 33 years that he has interacted with Luc Montagnier, Professor Luc Montagnier, who is a discoverer of the HIV/AIDS virus in France, and his deputy is there. And this is a slide that is showing probably a Louis de Broglie interference, field of isotopes, the duality of the waves and particles. And he alludes to the fact that how Einstein's principles of and other Heisenberg principles come into play in the genomics. And here he goes on to say the master of code biology unifying genomics and proteomic world. And although I don't want to go to such details that I'm explaining, but due to the paucity of the time, I want to tell you about chromosome 1 to 8 that he looked at, the binary logic code 0 to 1 that we talk about, and the patterns that you find, the karyotypes of the chromosome, the binary code that is emerging, and the emergence of the proteomic structure of the binary code that he is showing here, and also the Fibonacci stationary wave overlapping the gorilla's chromosome 4 that is showing, the Fibonacci numbers, and it is importance in the fractal chaos. That is exactly what he is looking at, because the resonance, the DNA resonance, is a well understood concept. And there are a lot of people out of the United States and even Russia, people are working on it. And it is known that the DNA resonance is a very important fact altogether. So this is J.C. Perez with Luc Montagnier. In summer of 2020, he published a paper that there are external sequences in the COVID genome, and they show fractal aberration. It is one of the key publications that he did along with him, and that received a mixed review over the media, and also he got covered in the France as well. And late Professor Luc Montagnier and himself, Professor Jean-Claude Perez, agree the mathematical giant of the 21st century, Srinivasa Ramanujan, whose grandson is chairman of this conference, Professor Ethirajan Govindarajan, he believes that the free research is not done the way that the Westerners are doing at the moment, and how to free the Western researchers and all the world's researchers from the burden of doing a more and more profit-driven, commercialized world to asking the fundamental questions that are very important to the basic humanity and the life and relieving the dreaded diseases from the humanity. So, having said that he is looking at the last slide that is showing is the aesthetic formula, and he predicts that the elements, the P from the Universal Mendeleev periodic table of the elements, that he published this paper. So, with that, I think that I made it very clear that he transfers from AI and ML and other from 1980s. He is one of the torchbearers of artificial intelligence, and he has promoted himself into biology, genomics, computational mathematics, biomathematics, and as well as getting into computational genomics and mathematical genomics. And particularly, he is part of our mentors in International Fractal Alliance, and he is one among the pioneers in France doing this kind of work along with the Luc Montagnier Foundation. And with that, I would like to stop here, and whatever questions you may have, I will pass it on to him, and he will be the right person. Due to unfortunate situation here, he was not able to participate today. Thank you very much. Hello?
Yeah, okay, thank you very much, Mr. Ramanujan. It's a good show,
Yeah.
good presentation. We'll
Yeah.
move on to the next session, please. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor.
I really appreciate the opportunity that you have presented me. Thanks a lot. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Our next presentation is from Hello. Kodagu University. He'll be speaking on the topic of sustainable culture and horticulture development.
Sure. A very good morning to all of you. Can you just permit me to share the screen? Hello?
So the previous speaker has to close the screen, sir.
Yeah.
Sorry.
I will close it now. Sorry, I do that.
Now is it visible, sir?
Yes, it's
I think
visible.
it is visible.
Can you
Yeah,
just-
yours is visible.
Can you just make it? Okay. Very good morning to all of you. It's indeed a great pleasure for me to be part of this World Innovation and Tech Expo. And I will be presenting my views and certain innovations that can really help and enable agriculture and horticulture development across the globe. Next, please. Friends, we are all aware that agriculture continues to be a very important major source of income, employment, and livelihood for several rural communities across the globe. And there have been several challenges in agriculture. Basically, if you look at the rising cost of inputs, vagaries in nature, shortage of skilled labor, greater dependence on nature, and changes in consumer preferences have posed several challenges to the farmers who are engaged in agricultural production. So innovations have made significant contributions in agricultural production. And as you are aware, innovations are nothing but applying our ideas, knowledge, or practices that are new to a particular context with the purpose of creating positive change, and that will provide a way to meet needs, take on challenges, and seize opportunities in agriculture. There are different innovations in agriculture. There may be technological innovations, product innovations, service innovations, institutional innovations, and market innovations. For the today's presentation, I'm trying to restrict only to the technological innovations, which are generally associated with the changes in goods or productive processes, and they may be applied to marketing processes also in the in different aspects. If you look at the major technological innovations, basically they are precision farming, mechanization, use of high-yielding varieties, biofortification, indoor vertical farming, automation, robotics, livestock technology, greenhouse technology, soilless culture, artificial intelligence in agriculture, blockchain, etc., and use of ICT for the transfer of technology. Next. I would like to touch upon one interesting technology in agriculture that can really bring innovations. So one is land resource inventorization technology. This is the latest innovation. It basically comprises of detailed understanding, detailed mapping of morphological, physical, chemical, biological, and hydrological properties of the soil, and the entire digitized data is fed into a decision support system that guides the farmers with scientifically sound farming opportunities and options. So this will also suggest various soil and water management solutions suitable to different soils, and we are generating soil atlases for presenting the findings. Farmers can use this data, the policymakers can use this data, bankers can use this data. This is open access data available in India. We have started working on this. So land resource inventorization is one important technology that can really bring revolution in agriculture and horticulture sector. Next. If you look at the soil DNA technology, friends, we have received a lot of great tools for testing soil health, and most of them have come from medicine, such as DNA mapping technology. Farmers can test their soil microbes, organic matter, analyze the soil health, matrices, so that they can make better, decisions about their soil. This technology is being used to identify the insects, nematodes, bacteria, viruses, and other pathogens in the field, and this will help in predicting and preventing possible crop damages. The soil DNA data can be used to, analytics of the soil health, and that can help the farmers to, with more transparent, ideas about their soil health. Next, micro irrigation technology. And we are aware that agriculture consumes close to 70 to 80% of the water, and we need more and more precise technologies to precision application of water. Basically the micro irrigation, whether it's a drip irrigation, sip irrigation, fertigation, things like that. This will help the farmers to reduce the water use, enhance the quality, and improve the yield and productivity. So micro irrigation technology is completely automated now, and this has really brought a revolution in agriculture and horticulture sectors. Next. Next, please. Vertical farming technology. Vertical farming technology is growing of crops in the shelves, which are stacked one above the other in a closed and a controlled environment. It basically reduces the quantity of land space required to grow the plants or produce the plants, and it is also associated. Basically we find them in the suburban areas. Vertical farms are grown where we can even grow with the soil and without soil. We can make use of hydroponic, other nutrient dense water, aeroponics, all such technologies can be used. And in case, in lieu of natural sunlight, if the sunlight is less, we can also make use of the artificial grow lights. So vertical farms, they make use up to 70% less water than the traditional farming practices. And the labor requirement is completely reduced. We can make use of robots, and we can make use of a lot of other mechanized technology. So vertical farming is one important technology that is revolutionizing agriculture and horticulture. Next. If you look at the farm mechanization, so mechanization, now we are suffering with the shortage of skilled labor, and automation is the only approach or only solution. So farm automation is one among the mechanization and is often associated with the smart farming, which makes farms more efficient. It automates the entire crop production cycle. Automation basically includes use of drones, automatic tractors, robots for seeding, watering, harvesting, and many such things. We have moisture and temperature sensors that guides the farmers with harvesting, watering, seeding. Entire thing is guided technologically. So the benefits of automation in traditional farming processes, they're quite monumental, and we have been able to tackle the issues from the consumer preferences, labor shortages, and then the environmental footprints of farming. So farm mechanization is bringing a wonderful revolution in agriculture and horticulture. Greenhouse technology, basically today, the greenhouses, number of greenhouses are increasing. And, they are also, though they are capital infused, they are both basically urban center. And in this case, successful greenhouse companies are also emerging, and a huge, business is being built around greenhouse technology. And basically, in case of greenhouse technology, entire system is controlled, and we can really produce a very high quality, products, basically the horticulture products, vegetables. To accomplish, the greenhouse industry is also becoming increasingly capital infused, and there are a lot of systems to support, and funding mechanisms are coming up, and a good infrastructure facilities, with new innovations can really bring, greenhouse technology more closer to the farmers, help them to grow high quality products. Next, we have also shade house technology. And this is a very, very important. Basically, the net house or shade house is mainly used in agriculture sector to protect the crops from the temperature extremes and, strong winds, frost, hailstones, and pests. So this is mostly used in such areas where we have difficulties of high temperature, extreme weather, strong winds, frost, and other things. Basically, the shade houses are often used in combination with structures such as polytunnels. We can also make use of, a sector which can provide a very optimum growing environment to the crops. And shade houses or net houses, they're ideally helpful to create a shelter that minimizes the post-harvest crop damages, and this will really bring a high quality marketable yield. So we can definitely use 100% reusable, and they can be reinforced by stainless steel wire frames. All such technologies are available. Based on the capital capacity, the farmers can make use of shade house technology in enhancing their production and productivity. Next is precision agriculture. Precision agriculture technology, because agriculture is now undergoing a lot of evolution. Technology is becoming, indispensable part of every commercial farming practice. The new precision farming technologies help the farmers in maximizing their crop yields by controlling each and every factor of production. It may be moisture, pest stress, soil conditions, microclimates, you name it, there's a possibility of doing it. And if you look at the marketable, scope for this precision farming technology, one of the recent reports by Grandview Research, it very clearly predicts that the precision agriculture market will reach $43.4 billion by 2025. It means this is one of the emerging new technology. The new farmers, young farmers are now looking at precision agriculture. So this can bring a revolution. You have everything automated. You have warehouse technology. You have integrated electronic, communication system induced in this, and you can control all the factors of production. Next one is blockchain technology. Friends, we are all aware, we have been talking about artificial intelligence and blockchain, and this can really help the farmers to solve the urgent issues such as food fraud, safety recalls, supply chain inefficiency, and food traceability. And if you look at whenever we have any issues with regard to foodborne diseases which can threaten the public health, the first step to root cause analysis is to track down the source of contamination. In that case, as a result, the record of food items journey from the farm to table can be made available with the blockchain technology. So blockchain technology application helps the trades, to revolutionize commodity trading, commodity hedging, and this brings a lot of transparency in the quality related aspects. Next, artificial intelligence. The rise of digital agriculture has opened a wealth of new data opportunities in agriculture. We make use of remote sensors, we make use of satellite data, satellite imageries, and this can monitor the plant health, the condition of the soils, temperature, humidity, and many other things. The data that is generated by the sensors help the farmers to gain better knowledge, better understanding of the ground level situation. And these, remote sensors, they help or enable the algorithms to interpret the field environmental, conditions as important statistical data that can be used and understood by the farmers in accurate decision making. This is very, very important aspect, and agriculture and artificial intelligence is definitely going to bring a huge revolution in agriculture and horticulture aspects. The next one is the insect trapping technology. This is a very simple technology, traditional technology, but this can really help. We are now very sensitive about use of chemicals and pesticides in agriculture, and this is one such technology. It offers a very environmental friendly, eco-friendly crop protection methods that supports organic farming, and it will help in increasing the crop produce and also improve the quality of the produce. And if you look at the cost is very, very minimal, because we are just making use of the pheromone, pest traps, which are artificially synthesized, and smelling agents. They attract and trap the pests, and then we remove them, and then you are controlling. So there are several such examples which are eco-friendly, which are very, farmers pocket friendly. They're very less costly, or there is no cost at all. And such things can be used in agriculture to produce high quality organic food. The next important technology is high yielding varieties and biofortification. Friends, we are all aware nutritious diet is one of the vital requirements for human health. Basically, it helps in preventing diseases and also helps in maintaining the body metabolism for physical and mental well-being. But food provides energy, protein, essential fats, vitamins, antioxidants, and certain minerals to meet our daily metabolic requirements. But most of them cannot be synthesized in human body. Therefore, they need to be supplemented through diet. Further, the anti-nutritional factors which are present in edible parts of the food, exert adverse, effects on the human health. Basically, when you look at the consumption of imbalanced food, that basically affects the billions of people across the globe, and that leads to poor health. So far, the focus has been on development of high-yielding varieties, primarily to feed the growing populations. But now the focus is now being shifted. Focus is now being given for biofortified varieties, which assume greater significance to achieve nutritional security. For example, we have zinc and iron fortified pearl millet, which will help to reduce the deficiencies of zinc and iron in the people, among the people who consume this. Next one is 3D farming technology. In this case, we are now trying to make use of a repeatable 3D farming pot design. This is adaptable for several different climatic conditions. You can use it in different geographies, and you can make a complete organic design with regard to 3D farming. So this will help in assuring food security, reducing the space, because you can repeatable structures are there. We can have modular designs. You can use plug and play models. All things are available, and this will drastically reduce the use of water. And we are also trying to bring a combination of artificial intelligence driven plants, and basically that is used in monitoring the plant health and any possible problems that are associated with the crops. So it contains bees and butterflies. You can also bring a very natural pollination in the local environment. So 3D farming is an emerging area in agriculture and horticulture, and in the days to come, this will become one of the leading innovations in horticulture sector. Weather forecasting technology. This is, I would like to quote the example from India, and we have one province. I'm from Karnataka province, wherein we have a natural disaster management center, and this is one of the India's largest weather monitoring and agri-risk solution organization. This basically offers expert advice in measuring, in predicting, and limiting the climate-related risk to agriculture, and thus guides and helps the farmers, in reducing the losses that are incurred due to bad weather conditions. And this technology offers services such as weather forecasting, crop insurance, and also the agri-risk management advice. It is possible, whether prediction is done, it helps in preparing for the drought or a heavy, unforeseen, unseasonal rainfall, which will help the farmers in taking appropriate preventive measures. And we can get the weather forecasting for every 15 minutes, half an hour, 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours, 12 hours, 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, 1 week, 15 days, up to 3 months, we can get the weather forecast. So this is one important and wonderful technology, and this is bringing revolution. The next one is hydroponics technology. And this is one of the most popular innovation in the horticulture sector, which is embracing a virtuous cycle of reciprocity. The hydroponics is basically, as the name itself says, it is a method of growing high quality vegetables using mineral rich water. And aquaponics basically takes another step further, because therein we are trying to bring in fish and plant farming together. I will come to that in the next stage. And this will help in reducing the water usage. You can use 95% less water than that of the traditional farming. And this is a wonderful recycling method. And most of the cities, you can definitely rely upon hydroponics technology for producing very high quality horticulture crops. Next one is aeroponics. And this is another soilless technology. And this addresses the modern farming issues by offering an alternative way to produce wonderful green vegetables. And in case of aeroponics, again, 98% less water is used than that of the traditional farming method. This will make use of the vertical space, as well as horizontal place. And you can definitely have everything, this is a soilless controlled, environmental agriculture situation. You can bring down the cost, and you can definitely come back with a very safe food to the consumers, because everything is in a closed environment. And this will help in eliminating the possible contaminations from the soil, or even crossover from the mother nature. So there is no need for herbicides. We are not using any pesticides. This can be more and more very safer food production using aeroponics technology. The next one is aquaponics. As I mentioned to you earlier, aquaponics is another soilless farming technology, wherein we are trying to bring in fish and plant farming in one recirculating system. The fish provides most of the plant nutrients by way of aquaculture effluent. In turn, fish waste metabolites are removed by nitrification, and they are directly taken up by the plants with suitably treated water, then which flows back to the fish. So in all, it is claimed that this aquaponic innovative farming technology requires 95% less water than the traditional horticulture farming. So, and this can also provide both fish and crops to the farmers, and thus adding, more and more profits to the farmer. The last important innovation, which is really bringing revolution in Indian context, we have now electronic marketing system. This is basically a national level online trading platform. This is also bringing revolution in the sale and market of agricultural commodities. And in all, it really helps the farmer in better price discovery, transparency. It provides best facilities for smooth marketing of the produce. And this is becoming more and more, popular in Indian context. Farmers are now trying to eliminate all intermediaries in the sale of their produce. And this e-platform is made available to the farmers. Farmers can, put this application on their mobile phones, and they can operate from any part of the country. And we have more than 40 to 50,000 traders who every day come and give quote prices for the farmers' produce. So this is revolutionizing the Indian e-market system. And that's where I stop. I take this opportunity to thank the organizers for providing me to present few of my views in agriculture and horticulture sector, which can really bring revolution in the days to come. And with these few words, I stop here. And if there are any questions, I'll be very happy to answer your questions. Thank you, and thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Ashok. That was a very detailed presentation on technology-enabled agriculture and horticulture development. Our next presentation is from Professor Dr. G. Gopalakrishnan. He'll be speaking on Space 2.0, small satellites, big applications, space for everyone, and satellites for everyone. He is Professor Emeritus, Cambridge Institute of Technology, Bangalore, India.
Yeah, good afternoon. Yeah, good evening in India.
Okay.
So can I proceed?
Thank you. You're welcome. Please proceed.
Yeah. So at the outset, I'd like to thank Professor E.G. Rajan, who brought all of us together in one platform, single platform, to showcase the various opportunities and challenges and how to get investment for the future of the humanity and civilization. Irrespective of the geographical territory across the world, opportunities are plenty. We are living in a globalization, global village, everything at our palm top. I thank the previous speaker, Dr. Ashok. Without culture, agriculture, there is no culture in any society. So from earth, hydroponic, aeroponic, everything he covered very nicely. It was quite impressive. So now we are talking about space. As per United Nations, out of 195 plus countries, good number of countries not having formal space program in their either in academics curriculum or the National Space Agency as such. So in that sense, space for everyone and satellite for everyone is the slogan from United Nations Office of Outer Space at Vienna. Next slide, Shanmugam, please. This slide depicts the recent our launch at Sriharikota Indian Space Port at southern India. Shanmugam, next slide. Quickly, you can navigate to the third slide. Shanmugam. Yeah, trading national respective federal government. However, the things have changed in the last 1.5 decade. Next slide, please. Go to the third slide. Quickly, you can navigate 10 minutes. We can conclude our presentation. Next slide, Shanmugam. Yeah. So, in spite of COVID, we could able to launch our 3 satellites built during the COVID, and it was successful mission. The satellite was 100 mm by 100 mm width and only 35 centimeter thickness, 1.5 inch thickness, 3 different satellite. So UNUSA, United Nations Office for Outer Space, made a slogan, space for everyone and satellite for everyone. Click next slide. You quickly click, I can run through the slides. Anyway, this entire presentation was made in such a way that everybody can go through leisurely and understand. It's more of a self-study material. So throughout the world, satellites become more and more smaller and smaller thanks to the technology of embedded system and very large scale integration. So traditionally 100 kg satellite, what it has done for reconnaissance or surveillance for a country from remote sensing to any application, now with 1 to 2 kg satellite could able to deliver the same features of a 100 kg satellite. If you recollect that the computing power of the onboard computer, which carried the 3 astronauts to moon by NASA, and now we have our smartphone 10,000 plus times capacity than the onboard computer of Apollo mission. So such is the technological advancement with which we can build a satellite within 2 to 3 kg with 10 centimeter by 10 centimeter cube or 20 centimeter by 10 centimeter 10 centimeter 2U cube. With that we can achieve. That's why we named this session Small Satellite, Big Applications. As I told you earlier, move on some slides. You keep move on that. So traditionally, satellites were built by the national space agencies and launched by the national space agencies of respective country or with the help of other country. Hardly 7 to 8 countries only have the capacity to build and launch their own satellite. Remaining 10-15 countries have partially some facility in their academic institutions or some satellite built jointly or collaborative initiative with NASA or Roscosmos or ESA or JASA or JAXA. In that scenario, last 10 years before this CubeSat became the order of the day, NASA made a CubeSat standard. Now satellites can be built by anybody and everybody from academic institution to school. Look at the slide. With the humble beginning with bicycle, ISRO NOSCON was carried in Sriharikota and the Trivandrum VSCC. Even the satellite, the first 3-axis stabilized geostationary satellite Apple was tested with the help of bullock cart, the wooden cart in Pinia Industrial Estate at Bangalore. The entire ISRO journey started with a small church building in Trivandrum. Now today, India could able to have their maiden attempt successful in their Mars mission and Moon mission. Still, Japan, China are struggling to get succeed in their Moon mission and Mars mission. So this slide just I am highlighting that all innovators and researchers are always not accepting the status quo of the knowledge or current knowledge. They always questioning the legacy and the veracity of the truth or fact. So people questioning the contemporary knowledge, they become innovator and revolutionaries, and they invent many things in history. Next slide, please. So we wanted all our students and entrepreneurs to keep questioning the status quo of the current knowledge. So throughout the world, we have collaboration now open for small satellite program. Right from universities and school students can build their satellite. We could able to network and bring the technology or know-how. We can help. So World CanSat and Rocketry Championship providing the opportunity even in India to celebrate India's Freedom 75. We have 75 satellites across the country built by school students and college students and university students with the support of ISRO and other space industries in India. So same service and help available across the continent. Various countries, if they are interested, we could able to facilitate through our University Space Engineering Consortium as a professional body or WCRC as a professional body. So future economy depends on space commerce. So e-commerce lead to space commerce. Now all our transactions, right from Amazon to Flipkart to any transactions across the globe happening. Commodities were transferred from one continent to other continent. Sub-assemblies are coming from one continent to other continent. Online transactions are more than 80 to 90% happening without any difficulty. So in that context, academic institution also can practice this kind of creating something new as an interdisciplinary project, that is small satellite or CanSat. Within 350 ml Pepsi Coke soft drink can, we can build a satellite, we can participate in international competitions. Good number of Indian industries are working with multinational companies across the continent. They are ready to extend their facility for any country or any nation. They want to strengthen their space economy. So space economy and blue economy depends on the ocean and space. It is common trend now in various advancing economy or growing economy. This is just a picture giving exploded view. 2-3 onboard computers can be there, right from small onboard computer to complex onboard computer can be developed within that 2 kg or 3 kg segment, and the know-how is available. These satellites can offer solutions which could be offered 10-20 years before by 100 to 200 kg class of satellite. Now 2 kg satellite can offer the same services and better services with better availability for the end user. Next slide, please. Next.
Sir, you muted, sir. Your voice is not coming.
This classical case in Bangalore, a government school able to build their own satellite under the name Punit satellite. It is going to be in the orbit by December. It will be launched. These are the students. It's a 100-year-old school in Malleshwaram, 18th class. They could able to build their satellite with the help of industries in Bangalore. Next slide, please. Next one. Yeah, next, please. Next slide. Yeah, next. So this is an international competition, CanSat and CubeSat competition held at Serbia. This European Union also hosting such event. This Israel interaction by the academia and the Rome Sapienza University is specialized in deorbiting mechanism and space debris are managed. So this is a future area of interest. Many good amount of institutions spending their time and energy on building deorbiting mechanisms, and scavenging work is always available. So this opportunity we would like to extend to interested country and interested academia to participate in this kind of missions. Most of the master's degree program in Europe, particularly in Germany and Netherlands, available for students who are interested in this kind of satellite program. Many startups attracting huge funds on various subsystems, right from onboard computer, telemetry, antenna system, ground control system, whatnot. Even payload was outsourced by many companies. So good amount of traction is there in startup ecosystem, and huge investments are happening in India and abroad on small satellite segment. Yeah, even that Elon Musk SpaceX company putting 16,000 plus satellite in low Earth orbit to provide 24/7 internet connectivity to the needy people. That will be the future business. So in that sense, small satellites are the future for any country and even academia. Interplanetary missions are now happening across the world. Next slide, please. Yeah, now you can navigate quickly slide. So these are all the glimpses, various events we participated. Even Samara University in Russia offering summer school, winter school. Even the CANSAT can be launched with the help of drone. Many academic institutions in India started. Next. Go to the last slide. So here we are leaving our contact point, email ID. People who are interested can be in touch with us and we are ready to help. Our Prime Minister announced the 75 satellite mission, United Nations. Yeah, these are the shape and size of the satellite classified. Few subsystems which we have developed. Now startups have been emerged from various academic institutions. This was the satellite UnitySat launched last year, February. Next. Yeah, these are the various subsystems. Yeah, this exploded view. Next. Yeah, this is a classification of satellite. Traditionally, what satellite, mini satellite, 100 kg to 500 kg. Now we could able to build within 1 to 2 kg and achieve the same result. So Israel school student satellite launched by PSLV C-49 mission from India. 3 satellites they have built by their schools. Yeah, next. Yeah, this government of Karnataka initiated the Punit satellite for school students. Yeah, go to the last slide. That email ID and contact point is there. No? So we can take up 1 or 2 questions. Otherwise, I would like to conclude. Anyway, we are sharing these slides. You can go through leisurely. Yeah. Next. Yeah. Next slide. Next. Yeah. This is my contact point. Either email or Gmail, you can contact me or send mail to ITCA, Indian Technology Congress Association, spearheading this entire initiative. So with that, I can thank the organizer, particularly our old friend, Professor E.G. Rajan, for taking up such a wonderful initiative, bringing different sector people under one umbrella. So thank you, one and all.
Thank you very much, Professor. That was very insightful. Next presentation is from another keynote speaker, Professor Dr. Rajiv Sharma. He is a professor for the Department of Ocean Engineering, Indian Institute of Technology, Madras. He will be speaking on recent advances in drag reduction.
A very good evening to all of you. Good evening. Can you see the slides?
Yeah, we are seeing. Please proceed.
Yes, please. Okay. So, thanks to Professor Rajan, who is my teacher, my guru, for giving me this opportunity. So, in today's talk, briefly, we shall be discussing about what are the recent advancements in the drag reduction. Drag is important for many industrial applications, especially for 3 industries which dominates the world economy. One is aerospace industries, second is automobile industry, third is the ship industry. Next. So, in this presentation, briefly, I will be talking about importance of frictional resistance and possible gains. What are the basic motivation? The basic motivation comes from the nature. After studying low friction surfaces, researchers have derived different techniques of drag reduction. What are the possible drag reduction mechanisms? It can be classified broadly into two categories, passive and active drag reduction. Major experimental results which are available and our own research which is dealing with that. And finally, the concluding remarks. Now, broadly, resistance can be classified into two categories. One is called total resistance. Among the total resistance, we have two components, residual resistance and skin friction resistance. And basically, in this talk, we will be talking about friction resistance. How to reduce the friction which comes because the ship is moving in a fluid which is viscous, and that viscosity gives rise to what is called frictional resistance. Now, friction resistance is important for car, for aircrafts. It is significantly important for ship, especially if the ship is running at a low speed. If you reduce the drag, the resistance will reduce. The power required to pull the ship to run the ship at a certain velocity will reduce. It will result into energy savings. Once you consume more and more fluid, more and more diesel, more and more petrol, in that case, the emissions level goes up. So United Nations mandate is to reduce the emissions coming from the shipping industry by 10% in the next 5 years. So this goal of United Nations towards sustainable energy consumption has given researchers enough motivation to start looking into technologies which can be employed to reduce the drag and finally the power of the ship. The performance is important for ships which are running at a very high speed, for example, racing yachts. Also for naval ships which are slightly high velocity running ships. Now, this is a simple formula which most of us have studied in our 10+2. The frictional resistance or drag is basically CF multiplied by half rho SV square. CF is the frictional resistance coefficient, rho is the density of fluid, S is the surface area, V is the velocity. Now, looking at this particular formulation from purely engineering perspective, if you want to reduce the frictional resistance, you can reduce CF, you can reduce rho, you can reduce S, you can reduce V. Now, density of fluid cannot be reduced because that's not in our hand. If the ship has to move in water, it will move in water, and water will have a certain density. Similarly, the wetted surface area is dependent upon the kind of volume you want to carry, the capacity of the ship. Velocity, you do not want the velocity to be on the lower side, you always want velocity to the higher side. That means the technique of drag reduction should center around how to reduce the friction coefficient or the frictional resistance coefficient, that is CF. Now, if we look at nature, then we can see that the sharks move from one place to other place at a very high speed with very little or low energy consumption. So people have studied the skin of sharks, and from that they have observed that the skin of shark is not basically smooth. It has undulations, it has microstructure, reduced contact area, and these microstructures basically change what is coming in contact with water from the shark skin, and these microstructures basically contribute in reducing the drag. The same, slightly different concept, but the fundamentals are same, is applicable to the dolphin skin. Dolphin skins are compliant skins, and they have the habit of changing the boundary according to the speed requirements. Further, some of the other marine creatures have grooves which are aligned with the flow, and grooves, when they are aligned with the flow, you have less resistance to the flow. Grooves, when not aligned with the flow, will have slightly higher resistance to the flow. And these grooves, when they are attached to the skin, when they are attached to the surface, they affect the turbulence generation. And when we are able to change the turbulence characteristics, so finally the drag will reduce, because reduced turbulence results into reduced drag. So this is a fairly simple, fairly effective concept. The only problem is that how do you design, how do you fabricate grooves, how do you attach them to the surface of ship or surface of aircraft or surface of a car. One more advantage with grooves are they are anti-fouling, they are self-clean. So looking at the fundamentals from fluid mechanics, we can say that the turbulent boundary layer has three components: viscous sublayer, buffer layer, logarithmic layer. And flow in the buffer layer is dominated by the streamwise vortices. If we change the streamwise vortices, in that case, we will be able to change the drag. So that's the motivation. Flow in the buffer layer is generated purely from the vortices. And if we analyze the vertical structures carefully, then we can understand a couple of things. First, for example, streamwise vortices or coherent structures, they basically extract energy from the mean flow and they move the high speed flow close to the wall. Now, if you have a high speed flow which has been moved away from the skin and close to the wall, it will result into higher mixing and momentum transfer, and it will reduce to drag. Another way by which the skin or surface of the structure can be changed is by using the riblet geometry. Riblets are designed to have suitable thickness and suitable height, which are spaced at certain distance s. So, for example, the four types of riblets have been studied in the literature. One is called blade riblets, another is sharp scale riblets, saw-tooth riblets, and scallop riblets. Here the idea is that you make the flow which is parallel to the groove, allow the flow in this direction, allow the flow in this direction, allow the flow in this direction. Similarly, allow the flow in this direction, allow the flow in this direction, and allow the flow to separate between the 2 points. Role of riblets, technically, they reduce the streamwise vortices, they reduce the momentum transfer. Vortices interact only with the riblet tips, and they generate what is called low velocity fluid in the valleys. Advantages of riblets, they result into drag reduction significantly. They have been tried successfully in aircrafts and racing yards, and the riblets have been manufactured with vinyl film, which is a polytop. Around 10% maximum drag reduction can be achieved, and it depends upon the blade geometry. They may have a fouling problem if they are not cleaned properly, but if they are cleaned properly, the fouling problem will not exist. Another philosophy is that we are basically trying to see how the body is moving in a fluid and how the skin of the body or surface of the body is coming in contact with fluid. Now, if you can introduce something in between, that means the skin of the body, then a layer, and then the fluid. So in that case, the fluid will not come in direct contact with the body, with the structure, with the skin of the structure. In that case, it will come in contact with the material or the layer of the material which we have introduced. So this concept gave rise to what we call polymer injection. That means certain kind of polymer can be injected at certain locations to ensure that the body skin or the surface of the body is separated from the fluid, and once the surface to surface contact is reduced, it will affect the generation of vortices, it will affect the friction losses, and all of them will result into drag reduction. Polymer injection technically centers around polymers which are long chain because they are likely to be stable over a larger range of velocity. They disrupt the near wall vertical structures. Viscoelastic time scale matches the turbulent fluctuations. They are studied, are well established for internal flows, for example, pipe, channel flows. And for the pipe and channel flows, the drag reduction has been reported up to 70%. But when the same concept is exposed to the external flow, you have some issues. For example, the high concentration near wall is difficult to establish, to maintain. Only near wall concentration will matter, and the benefits will actually be not really significant. Large eddy breakers, another concept which has been tried in the field of aircrafts and ship science. The idea is to extend rivulets in the vertical direction. That means reduce the thickness, increase the height, and reduce the spacing. So this concept basically introduced what we call multiple points of contact between the fluid and the structure of the body, surface of the body, skin of the body. They manipulate the skin friction using the outer portion of the boundary layer. They interfere with the largest eddies in the outer layer. Technically, they result into something around 30% reduction in the drag, but there is a slight increase of the drag because of the device itself. That means because the structures are large, they will have drag of their own. So net reduction will be around 9 to -5%. That means they may not actually give you any benefit. They can also increase the drag. But properly designed, properly fabricated, may result in a drag reduction of around 10%. One more concept which is quite attractive from the perspective of fluid mechanics and engineering application is to study what happens when a raindrop falls on leaves. For example, when a nature induced structure is coming in contact with water, how do they behave? So lotus leaf, for example, have a natural hydrophobic characteristic. So when the raindrop falls on lotus leaf, or when the raindrop falls on a simple any green leaf, we will find that the raindrop will be able to sustain its shape, and the shape will not break so easily. Also helps in what we call self-cleaning behavior. Now, what we have learned from the basic scientific study regarding the lotus leaves is that they do not have a surface which is flat. They have a surface where you have microstructures which do not allow the water drop to rest completely supported by the flat surface. This is called a hierarchical structure. It is a combination of microscale undulations and nanoscale undulation, and both of them combined, microscale and nanoscale, will give rise to hierarchical structure. So that's how the water drop, when it falls on a lotus leaf, will be looking like. So it will not wet the surface because the surface is not flat, and if the surface is not flat, no wetting is coming into picture. The contact area is getting lesser and lesser, which result into drag reduction. Now, the same concept has been simplified further to design and fabricate what we call super hydrophobic surfaces. They have wetting contact angle greater than 150 degree. This is something, this angle we are talking about. And we have lengths which are of the micron size, tens of the order, that means 10, 20, 30. Such surfaces have been manufactured using micro and nano scale structure. So 10 to the power minus 6, 10 to the power minus 9, that's the level of structures we are looking for. Possible gains center around 20 to 30% drag reduction at Reynolds number of 10 to the power 6 to 10 to the power 7. Surface roughness should be smaller than the viscous sublayer. That's where the nano size and micron size comes into picture. The porosity introduced because of the undulation is also advantageous. However, they are difficult to apply when the structure size gets larger. For example, they have difficulty in shape because they are very fragile by nature. They are not structurally very sound. And because of seawater, they also have a problem of fouling. I will skip this. One more concept is there which basically deals with injection of gases, gas restoration on super hydrophobic surfaces, which has been tested up to 7 atmospheric pressure. Now, we discussed this couple of minutes before that. If we can change what is coming in contact with the structure and the fluid, a lot of gains can be made. So researchers thought that instead of allowing water to come in contact with the structure, can we introduce a layer of air between the structure and the fluid? So in that case, the fluid is coming in contact with air, air is coming in contact with the structure. So this is called air lubrication technique, and a couple of techniques have been tried. For example, bubble gas reduction has been tried, gas layer drag reduction has been tried, gas cavity drag reduction also have been tried, and depending upon the size, depending upon the location, they have characteristics like monodispersion, polydispersion, clustering. They have instability introduced by the waves. The main parameter is the fluid number, basically velocity divided by the square root of G and L. L is the length. So higher the length, fluid number gets lower and lower. So fluid number when it is less than 1, the buoyancy will stabilize the cavity. So this is slightly safer zone to operate. Creating a stable gas cavity is challenging. It's fairly simple. It's difficult to ensure that it runs across the bottom of the structure. Less gas is required if the cavity is stable. It has been tried for a couple of bigger structures like ship and the results are quite satisfactory. So we can see here the bottom mounted locations where the air cavity has been injected. Air cavity is ensured that it is going through the entire length, and we have seen that if the velocity is between 3 meter per second to 7 meter per second around the Reynolds number 10 to the power 7, the cavities will behave more or less in a stable way. And the idea is so successful that it results into 95% of drag reduction over the cavity length. Now, experimental results have been obtained for hull with bottom, ensuring that the cavity is covering the 80 to 90% of the bottom of the hull, and it has been tried quite successfully for the fluid number range of 0.4 to 0.65. And after doing all the calculations, the results are quite encouraging that 25% drag reduction is possible. 4% of the power is used for air supply, etc. So these are the basic calculations. Model scale studies are available. Full scale studies are also available. Extension of air cavities to ensure that the micro bubbles are introduced, and instead of ensuring that the air cavity is covering the entire hull, you can try the bubbles covering the entire hull. Now, creating bubbles are slightly easier than creating air cavity. That's what the motivation was. And bubbles are basically smaller than the coherent structures. Bubbles are comparable. Bubbles are also larger. So these are three possible scenarios. We have worked with all three. Different mechanisms are involved. So I will skip this slide. Skip this. Now, one was gas cavity, and there was bubble. Then the second is, the third is that air or some other gas can be created in the bottom. So what happens? The fluid is coming in contact with air or gas, and air or gas is coming in contact with the structure. So all these three techniques basically result into some kind of drag reduction. Only thing is, in some cases, some is applicable, in some cases, some is applicable. Gas layer, gas occupying thickness is less than the boundary layer thickness. Gas cavity not directly linked to turbulence modification, and velocity fluctuations in the normal directions are restricted. Cost of the air flux, if the speed goes up, it is high. The roughness goes up, it is high. If the ship draft is high, it is high. If the ship length is low, the cost will be on the lower side. Now, these are the results which we have obtained for the ship under two conditions. It can result into 11 to 6% of drag reduction and 7 to 6% of energy savings, again, depending upon what is your condition. Air lubrication deals with all kinds of technologies where the bottom is covered with air or any other gas. Now, this is a broad overview. The last major important thing I want to discuss. Mainly two techniques are there. One is passive reduction and another is drag reduction, active. The passive drag reduction is possible with the use of riblets, textured surfaces, AD breakers, super hydrophobic surfaces, compliant surfaces. Active drag reduction means that the basic structure of the ship or aircraft or car will be changed, and that is called active drag reduction. Polymer injection, gas injection, Lorentz force, mass blowing, wall motion, heating and cooling of surfaces, all of them have been tried, and the most promising one seems to be the bubble gas reduction, air gas layer drag reduction, gas partial cavity drag reduction. Other possible solutions, for example, we can learn from the dolphin and we can focus on compliant surfaces. The problem in compliant surfaces is that the nature offers extremely good flexibility, and which is not possible for the mechanically generated materials. So mechanically generated materials do not offer the kind of flexibility with which normally you get from the natural surfaces. We can also have additional turbulence generators. We can also change the basic characteristic from turbulence flow to laminar flow. We can also focus on mass blowing, but the problem is that the drag reduction is not really significant. Controlled wall motion is also very expensive. Heating and cooling of surface, again, experiments have been done only for the low Reynolds number, not for very high Reynolds number. And the drag reduction possibly is only 65%, not really very high. Finally, the conclusions. All three industries, for example, car, for example, ship, for example, aircrafts, have evolved over a period of time. Cars have become sleeker and sleeker, again from the aerodynamic studies. If we see the shape of car 20 years before, 30 years before, and we see the shape of car, all the cars have become more sleek, more aerodynamic. Edges have been rounded, length has been elongated, especially for the expensive luxury cars. Similarly, when it comes to aircraft, you have a lot of application of riblets, a lot of application of air layer drag reduction. Other techniques are still at the laboratory scale. Experiments, simulations are possible only at the low Reynolds number. It's difficult to conduct experiments and the numerical study at the high Reynolds number. And most experiments have been done in negligible pressure gradient. That means the pressure variation is not really very high. Scaling issues always are there, lab scale to the actual prototype scale. Frictional drag will also change the form drag, and that also may change the flow separation characteristics. So a complete study has to be done to see whether the technique is really applicable or not. Other aspects are energy savings, cost, weight, maintenance. And when you are looking at the investment in the industry, for example, the cost of aircraft, it's in billions of US dollars. Similarly, the cost of a ship is in billions of US dollars. So a complete study has to be done, and we have to see over a period of time, that means over the lifespan, how much reduction is actually possible and whether it is justified or not. So with this, I close my talk. Once again, I thank the organizers for inviting me. I thank Professor Rajan for making this initiative, contacting all of us, making a group, and arriving at this beautiful platform to share our views and research. Thank you. Any question?
Thank you, Raji. Good presentation with a very high technical content. Thank you very much. I don't think okay, question. If any question comes, then we'll forward it to you. You can answer through email or is it okay? Is it okay?
Thank you. It's a very great presentation. Kegoya, founder and chairman of TEMA, India, and founder and chairman of CMAI, vice chairman, International Telecom Union, APT, India. He'll be speaking on global opportunities in digital era and digital economy. Welcome, Prof.
Good evening from India. I am Professor N.K. Goyal, as introduced by Moderator Chairman of Indian Telecom Association. First of all, I am highly grateful and obliged to Professor E.G. Rajan, Chairman of World Innovation and Tech Expo, for this wonderful platform he has created. As the association, we are dealing with 48,000 members and 74 countries for last around 30-40 years. And this is for the first time I am able to see such a large panelists, such a large gathering. So my full compliments to them. And I am surprised to see each and every panelist is a very high profile and relevant concern. Thank you very much for this. Coming to the topic of digital era and digital opportunities, it is seen that COVID has got lots of new dimensions in the world. One of the dimensions was that we were able to survive only because of digital technologies that made us to survive, to live, to educate our children, to do the banking, to do the conferences, to do the business. Having said that, digital economy also brought in some challenges. One of the biggest challenges faced is half of the world is still not connected. And when we talk of all world, one global economy, then this half population remains outside the scope. Second thing came out is, even though we have technologies maybe called 3G, 4G, 5G, 6G, etc., but there are lots of complaints of low speed or no network. Then another problem came up with the digital economy is the loss of the human interaction or human face. The same students are young kids of the age of 5 years or 6 years or 7 years who were earlier explained not to use mobile phone, not to use TV, were now forced to glue on the mobile for so-called education. And this resulted in another big area of cyber risks. The loss of data, child bullying, loss of money, cyber thefts, all are common knowledge. It is found that the technologies are developed by good countries and forced upon the people in the world, but perhaps while they develop the technologies, they are not able to devote time for making it safe and secure. And that has created an atmosphere when a 5-year-old child or a 10-year-old child or a young woman or an illiterate person residing in a village in a remote place has to safeguard himself from phishing and money loss. At the same time, now there are lots of opportunities coming up. Opportunity in terms of digital payments. As we all know, India has done wonderful digital payment system of UPI, which acknowledged worldwide as the best system. India has also started a system of citizen identity called Aadhaar, again very unique. And when we save this thing, then another innovations coming up now are because of technology. We call AI, we call M2M, we call IoT, we call 3G, 4G, 5G. The world is connecting more and more. Things are connecting. At the same time, also increasing the social security risks. Here, the big opportunity is for innovations and because this is the conference for world innovations, innovate anything, dream anything, and you can get it. Chat GPT has been the recent example of innovations which has changing the world, the way we talk, the way we discuss, the way we learn, the way we meet, everything. Look for more thing for the innovations. And another big opportunity is for teaching and skilling of the cyber security courses for the world as a whole. It is surprising there is hardly any or maybe very little education available as a graduate in cyber security skills in any part of the world. We, our association attempted one of the programs of BTech in cybersecurity in one of the Indian universities. But the biggest challenge we are facing is how to get the trained teachers. The trained teacher is also the difficulty for new topics which we learn AI, M2M, IoT, data analytics. So opportunities are there, and there are, we say there are lots of job opportunities for the new skills, but the old skill peoples are getting out of the system. Surprising thing is, even though we are developing and progressing IT wise or digital wise, but most of the IT companies, the name we know, or most of e-commerce delivery companies are on the verge of removing people. The new jobs are highly skilled and getting training for them is a big problem. And when the new technologies come up, like India has been on record the fastest in the world for deployment of 5G technology, we don't have the use cases. The telecom operators are saying, how do I increase my revenue? Because the use cases are not there. The world is talking of 6G. India as a country has also decided that we want to lead in 6G in the world. We have set up several groups, several meetings, etc. for this purpose. But the big lacuna for use cases will still exist. So opportunities for innovations, opportunities for cyber, opportunities for data analytics, opportunities for innovations, for new things in the medical field, in the agriculture field, in the banking field, in the fintech field are there. I think this should suffice for the time being. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Goel Saab. Done a good job, and we are very happy to see you here. We request you to continue supporting us.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor. Presentation. Presentation is from Dr. Sandeep Mawar. Mawar Studio University. He'll be speaking on the topic the new. Welcome, Doctor.
मेरी मीटिंग है 20 मिनट की 15-20 मिनट की हाँ जो भी है हाँ
Balaji, you can begin now.
Oh, can I start now? Yeah.
Yeah, please.
Oh, sorry, I couldn't hear earlier. Yeah, good evening, everyone. What a pleasure to be here this evening with all of you from India on this beautifully well-designed webinar. I'm very happy. The topic which was given to me is absolutely on education, and the new education policy in India has recently been declared. You'll be surprised that this government has revised the education policy in our country, and it has taken around about 34 years to revise the education policy. Well, right now I'm representing Asian Academy of Film and Television and AAFT University. I'm in education for 30 years, and I would love to give to this beautiful board a new definition of education for the whole world. During pandemic, we have learned a lot. There are a lot of changes which we have seen in education during pandemic and after pandemic. Trust me, the language and the definition of education has definitely changed. Let me start with two very important lines. कि सभी दिशाओं से शुभ सुंदर भाव विचार भरे नित अंतर पुण्य धरा बन जाए स्वर्ग ये मेरे यत्नों से करुणा कर. Let me explain to you in English, whether it is north, south, east or west, whether you're in India or abroad, whether you are on the top of the hill or you're standing at a seashore, whether you are in a lush green garden and looking at some colorful flowers, or maybe looking at the most beautiful woman on earth. The fact is, there are two things which are much more beautiful than what you can see with your naked eyes. And these two things are your thinking and your feelings. And the best part is that both the things are right within you. You don't even need eyes for that. On this very auspicious day, let's pray. Hey, Lord, give me good thinking, give me good feelings so that I can do good deeds. And through my good karmas, I would love to convert this earth into heaven. Trust me, the whole education system is based on these two very important things, thinking and feelings. Thinking out of the box, thinking different, thinking away from what the rest of the world is thinking, and definitely emotions, which plays a very important role, which means that to bring down and to convert a student into a better human beings. When I say education, then the word education starts from E. And with my new definition to education, I say that E stands for entertainment. E stands for energy. E stands for enthusiasm. This is the E stands for extraordinary. If you are extraordinary, if you're different, if you're enthusiastic, if you're energetic, yes, then only you will be able to deliver a powerful, a fantastic education in any stream, in any setup, whether it's a junior school, a middle school, or a higher school, or a university. Yes, keep that zest on should be the principle of the education system today. And I think if you try to bring in entertainment into the system, the student would love to come back to the classes. Today, this is a major problem all over the world, that students are not ready to come to the classrooms. They're not ready to come to the school and college premises. Yes, if it's entertaining, people would love to come back, and you will be able to deliver your education much better. When I say D stands for discipline. D stands for dedication. D stands for determination. It's very important from both the sides, students as well as from the teacher's point of view, that you have to be a very disciplined person. We cannot ignore discipline when we talk about education. So your punctuality, your regularity, your sincerity will prove your dedication. You need not to put a sticker on your forehead to say that I am a dedicated student or a dedicated teacher. These three very important things, your punctuality, regularity, and sincerity, they're going to play a very important role to prove to you that you are a real dedicated student or a teacher of the institution, of the education system. And D also stands for determination. The whole education system must bring back a sense of achievement within the heads and minds and heart of the student. They must feel that I have to achieve something in life. I have to work hard and prove to the world that I can do it. That sort of zest and enthusiasm, that determination, we have to bring back into the system. And if you can do that, then yes, you are on the right track, and your education system, your educational institution, they are on the right path. When I say you stands for working under controlled conditions. I mean, luxurious setups, marble flooring, air conditioning, luxurious seats. These things have no value if the quality of the education is good, if your speech is powerful, if your content is worth listening and speaking. So we all have to pay a lot of attention on the content, what we are delivering, and not worried about the superfluous conditions. When I say you also stands for United Nations 17 SDG program, Sustainable Development Goals. I'm very happy, since I'm ambassador of United Nations myself, I'm very happy that these 17 points which UN has given to all the governments of the world and to all the institutions of the world to please start working on these 17 points. I'm not repeating all those 17 points here, but please go through them and you will learn that all these 17 points are going to make today's student cautious about each and everything which is being available on this earth. And we have to preserve, whether it's the environment, whether it's the water, whether it's the air, whether it's we are talking about pollution, whether we're talking about disability, whether we're talking about unprivileged children. So this all should be the part of the education system if you want education to be a real education. Only learning book is not the education anymore now. And this is what we have to inculcate into the system. When I say C stands for commitment. In Hindi, there is a beautiful term, कि रघुपति प्रीत सदा चली आई, प्राण जाए पर वचन न जाए. Yes, this country, like India, has given a Lord Rama, a man of commitment. We all have to learn from that. This word of commitment is very necessary. Unfortunately, the commitment is missing right now from the community. And we have to bring back that sense of commitment, that sense of responsibility, that sense of promise, which is unfortunately missing from the school, colleges, and of course from the community. If you can bring that back, then the word C matters in education. C also stands for communication, because it's an age of communication. And if you are, there are three very major important parts of communication that you should know: how to write, how to speak, and how to read. So every student who is trying to be a part of education system must know all these three things. But then the fourth one is much more important than even all these three. And the fourth one is how to listen. It's very important. The patience is missing from the classrooms. And we have to bring back that patience into the heads of students and teachers both, by the way. Because what you're going to speak, because what you know, but what you're going to listen, that means you're adding on to the knowledge of your own. And I think that's why this fourth part of the communication today plays a very important role. When I say A in education, A stands for attitude. It's very important to have a good attitude. You have to be sober, down to earth, polite, simple. You have to be compassionate. You have to be helpful. All that has to bring back into the education system by way of examples, by way of workshops, by way of talking and narrating stories back into the classroom. And so that our students should have a better attitude, a proper disciplined and a well-attitude person has much more scope to grow in life than a very well-educated but a very ruthless man. So I think A here plays a very important role, but A also stands for being ambitious. It's very important to bring that part of ambitious into the education, where students should be more than aggressive to achieve something in life, not those dull, boring, exhausted attitude which are required today in any of these classrooms. When I say T stands for techno-savvy. Pandemic has taught us enough But trust me, today things are moving much faster than even our own thinking process. And we all have to be techno savvy. We must know how to operate computers, laptops, mobile phones, and trust me, programs, the new applications, new apps which are coming every day. You have to be familiar with them, because in coming days, education will be very, very smart education, blockchain, artificial intelligence, metaverse. They are going to be part and parcel of day-to-day affairs and day-to-day education. We have to see to it that we are up to date and we are in a position to inculcate all these things slowly and gradually into our old primitive education system. T also stands for transfer of knowledge. Only attendance in the classroom is not enough. It's very important that the gray material must be transferred from one head to another, from this side of table to the other side of the table. And teachers should be in a position to deliver the right thing at the right time. And if they can transfer this knowledge to students, then education, that means playing a very important role in students' career and his character. When I say I stands for information. Thanks to internet, there's so much of bombardment of information has been over given to all of us. And I think we have to teach how to be smart enough to take best of the information possible and also reject what is not required. That quality we have to create within the campus, within the students. And I say O stands for the overall education of the student, the overall development of these students. Students have to we must all see that they must grow 360 degrees. They must indulge in arts, crafts, music, dance, drama, theater. Of course, education, this is a part of education, and we have to see to it that some part of the education, some time in the classroom must be given to all these extracurricular activities. And they play a very important role in the personality development of the student. Many institutions, including sports, by the way, it's very important to add on these things into the day-to-day affairs of the student so that they can grow overall 360-degree development. Those students always do well in life who are well groomed in school and colleges, rather than students who are maybe studious, they are toppers, but they have ignored enough the extracurricular activities. When I say N, which is the last part of the education, N stands for being nationalist. It's very important to love your country, love your countrymen, and we have to bring that feeling right into the education system, that people should realize that your country is much more important than your own very, very personal intentions and your requirements and your demands. And once you start loving your country, trust me, the best part is that the word criticism will automatically be wiped off. You will praise everyone. You will love everyone. You will like everyone. You will like anything and everything what is happening in your country, rather than criticizing your country all the time and getting cribbing and criddled with every combination which is going on. I think I'm very happy that AAFT, which is a case study in 27 countries of the world, and also it's a case study in the new education policy which has been delivered to the education industry in 2020. And I'm happy that AFT has been now today the first 10 best film schools of the world. If you have any question, I would love to answer those questions. Thank you very much once again for giving me this wonderful opportunity to be part of this beautiful seminar, and I could deliver my peace of mind to all of you. Thanks a lot.
Yeah, thank you, Marwaji. Awesome presentation you made. We are indeed happy to listen to you. Now, any question, please, anybody? No question. We can move on to the next speaker, please.
Thank you very much. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much, Doctor, for a presentation on the new meaning of education. Our next presentation is from Dr. Myril Tulekima. She is an award-winning engineer and entrepreneur, energy and STEM diplomat, MT Energy Resources Limited. She'll be speaking on the topic, the key enablers for business success in the digital era. You're welcome, Dr. Myril.
Thank you very much. Thank you for having me today. Just want to thank all the organizers and especially Professor Dr. Rajan, who is the chairman of the World Innovation and Technical Expo, and also Mr. Emmanuel to convey the invitation to me. And I really want to focus today my talk on the key enabler for success in this digital, era that we are, living in. And as you all, you can all feel it in your day-to-day life or, in your environment, the digital technology have really transformed society at a really high scale. And we've seen it when especially with what happened the last few years with COVID being at home. So we had to really capitalize on owning our skills on the digital, and be able to use that to be able to, especially as entrepreneurs, our business owners, to be able to continue to do business. And it has really changed the way we live, the way we work, the way we interact, and most importantly, the way we do business. And today, what we can say is that the digital technology has brought a potential, a big potential on, making sure that we get opportunities as entrepreneurs, as people who want to push businesses and also bring solutions, because as a business owner or entrepreneur, it's we are here to bring solutions to make life easier for either our communities, our people in our countries, or in the world as well, as far as this particular era is concerned. And one of the things that is really important to highlight is that we live in a very interesting period, which is called the VUCA period. VUCA, VUCA world. VUCA standing for volatile, uncertain, complex, and ambiguous. And it's really difficult to predict anything because things change so fast. Things, are really difficult to grasp. By the time you realize, by the time a new technology is there, or by the time we find a solution for a particular problem, things have already changed. It's a different dynamic. And we are also in the middle of what we call the fourth industrial revolution, which is characterized by, a fusion of technologies that is really blurring the lines between, the physical, the digital, and really the biological fields. So we don't really know. There is, a blurring line, and that's where, the challenge sometimes can be. And it's really in contrast with the previous revolution, which was more about, focusing on producing products at a lower price, and really, focusing on the technical side and not having this ambiguous, as a blurring line that I'm talking about. It was, it gave us, the third industrial revolution gave us the internet. That's when we started to really, start the digital revolution. We had the big data as well, and really the beginning of, some of the technology that we see right now, like, the beginning of the Internet of Things, and really getting into more sophisticated technology. And, looking at all of this, it is really crucial for business owners or the entrepreneurs to really understand what's going on and really take the opportunity to to cater for a digital based economy to be able to remain competitive and to be able to remain relevant, because if they don't do that, they might actually disappear and not really be competitive. So it's important that they stay abreast of what's going on, how the technology is evolving, and how they can use the different platform and the different tools that are available to them. And and this technology, this era where they are, it's really about them looking at the full supply chain, from everything from product development to manufacturing to operation, and really using a lot of data. It's really the time of data, and how do we use data to really go to the next level and be able to be competitive as a business owner or as an entrepreneur. So it is really a new era of transformation, and a new era where technology, but data as well, impact every single sector. I mean, I've heard some of the previous speakers talk about the impact of technology in a sector like education. We've seen that education is being impacted, health, and finance. So everywhere, we have this transformation going on, where technology and data management become really key for for us to function as entrepreneurs, as companies that bring solution to communities. And it is important that we understand what those technology brings. It is important that we understand how we can capitalize on them. And it's really involving navigating numerous risks and navigating complicated context, and that's where the VUCA element is coming in. So what we need to do as entrepreneur or business owner or digital users is to really cater for two major things that we see right now. So obviously the digital transformation that is going on, and which is changing all the time, but also we hear a lot about the climate change and the greenhouse emission, the renewable energy. So really catering for what I call the sustainability transformation, and it's also linked to the different SDGs. The previous speaker mentioned that. So digital can actually not only make business, if we cater for those two aspects, those two transformation, it can make business more efficient, more profitable as well, but also very agile and smarter to adjusting to consumer needs, and also changing, measure the market condition as well, to be able to be competitive and to be able to serve, the market and provide what's really necessary for it to function. And at the same time, what we really want to see is business leaders who play, their part in, the collective, what we call the decarbonization, which is linked to the climate change, and the transition to move to a more sustainable economy. And the move to this, more sustainable economy should be captured at all level, from when we design to when we produce to when we distribute. So really, making sure that we look at every single level and what technology to use to really, optimize what we do and reduce, at the end of the day, at each step, the footprint and be able to manage the greenhouse emission as well. So we've seen lots of technology. You have the data, the cloud, the artificial intelligence, the Internet of Things, which was already brought by the third industrial revolution, the 5G, metaverse, edge computing. They all have a great potential to really transform our economy and our society. And they bring also, like I mentioned before, more efficiency and profitability for the businesses, and really have those businesses to apply the right technology and the digital technology in this case for everything that they do, from the product development to the manufacturing operation, and using really a vast amount of data and helping them to be quick, because things are really changing quickly. And really looking at amplifying it to the new generation of technology that is really emerging right now, like things like synthetic biology, quantum computing, which we really allowed them to find answer to problem that like never before, because we're getting more and more into those very complex problem that sometimes we don't know how to solve. So pushing the technological pushing the technology and making sure that we really improve it, it's important. And really by transformation toward a digital economy, it implies that it's not all good, because we still need to manage things like cybersecurity, the privacy, the ethics of certain things, and really making sure that we also have that digital inclusion. And I still remember also one of the previous speaker talking about this difference of difference between certain countries in terms of digital access. So we really need to see how we can also harmonize that, and making sure that everybody is included, because that's the way things are going. And really company must integrate into this transformation to avoid a loss of trust, and to avoid to be irrelevant as we go forward. And one thing that is really important is to understand that while really going through this digital transformation and trying to also manage the sustainability, is that it's not just going to be on the business side that is going to cater for that. We need to look at the social aspect as well, because it's not just about business. It's also about making sure that we bring everybody. We don't leave anybody behind. Address the poverty, address the inequality, and really do that at every single level and in every single areas of society, so that we can actually see ourselves evolve. And one thing that I really wanted to convey here is that as a business owner using digital, the really embracing the digital economy, whether we apply it for small businesses, corporate, or even non-profit organization, it requires certain to have the right to seize the right opportunities, and be really ready to focus on few things, like having a global vision, because as you can see, what the digital economy is doing is making the world a little bit making the world smaller. So really looking at expanding when we are business owners or entrepreneur looking at more a global, the global market while still serving the local market, but really have this vision and how to grow and reach, have a reach. A global reach. The second thing is to really looking at developing the technical competencies, because managing the digital, being able to manage the digital tools, the platform for new businesses, and using the right technology to strategize and grow as a business. So being able to have a website, how to build a website and develop a online brand, being able to use social media, being able to, to use tools to communicate like Zoom that we're using, or any other tool to be able to reach out, to be able to communicate with potential partner, potential clients or customers, and really have this ability, develop those competencies that are going to be important as an entrepreneur who want to grow, and really be adaptable as well, because I mentioned that things are changing really quickly, and really we have new technology coming out, at a high speed. So really adopting emerging technology and utilizing those technology for business growth. One of the things that is, something that not really just limited to this particular era is the effective communication. So really being able to communicate and bring, a share goal. We've seen that during the pandemic, a lot of, the entrepreneur had to collaborate. They had to partner so that they could survive, their businesses could survive. So really, making sure that this communication aspect is also well developed and well owned, and have a perspective, a perspective leadership, which is being open to change, because everything changed. So being ready to adapt to any change that the digital era is bringing, refining and maneuvering businesses through, getting the right feedback, and knowing exactly, what the market is the market demand, and also, what is the best product that can, that will fit into this market. So really, defining attributes that necessitate a multitude of abilities, and the operational flexibility to navigate this fast changing environment, and this environment which is very diverse. So a lot to be done. But despite all, there's always challenges in everything, and it's important to know what are the roadblocks in such an era where we rely a lot on the technology, and really having a digital economy, is to make sure we have the right expertise, have the competencies, develop the right education program, to make sure you people who are working with us, or people who are part of partnering with us, have the right expertise. It's still very unclear, in terms of regulatory, when we look at the regulatory aspect of things, because things, especially when we do business globally and online, the regulation are very blurred, and it's really looking at per jurisdiction and per country or per region, and it can be very challenging to maneuver in between. And also the business structure, the legality of the business structure can also be an issue. What is the corporate law that you use when you do business? I'm based in Australia. If I do business with someone who is based in Africa or India or in the US, really understand those challenges as we do business, in the digital world and in the digital era, and also the business culture as well of the people that we do business with, understand the behavior not only of the partners that we bring in, and also the customer that we want to reach out, really making sure that we understand their behavior, the culture, and all the different aspects that actually gonna, that impact their behavior and the way they connect with us. And the cost as well can be a challenge, because you can end up, doing business in a country, but when you go in a different country, it's a different cost system. So really understanding how we position ourselves, as entrepreneur, and really where we put ourselves in. But it is important to still be positive, and because, like I said, things change quickly. It can, we can lose things quickly as well. So it is important to continue to dream big. It is important to look at technology as really something positive and leverage on on the technology fully, and get trained, learn, and have open mind about technology, because I think sometimes people are scared, especially if you have to grow from being a local entrepreneur to now dealing with people outside your country, or outside your region, or outside your normal community. So it is important to understand that the technology is here for us. I know that when we talk about AI, GPT, people are a bit scared about AI, but we need to look at it more on how can we capitalize on that to grow our businesses, and to push our businesses as far as we can. And really understand that it's not a straight line. It's really not going to be a straight line. Like I said, we are evolving in a VUCA world where things are volatile, uncertain, and really complicated and ambiguous. So we have to get ready for those challenges, and really dealing with market that sometimes we don't understand. And that's where it is important to really understand our gaps, so that we can bring the right people, in our structure, or in our environment, or in our, company, to be able to manage those challenges, and still, bring the innovation and the creativity that is needed for, businesses in such an era to be able to progress. And I think at the end of the day, for it might be an era where we rely a lot on technology. It is important that we continue to focus on the value proposition that we bring, and also the value addition that everything that we use, the technology, and how we do things, the processes that we use, the platform that we use, making sure that we focus on the value proposition, and get focused on that, irrespective of the different challenges that we have. And that will really position us to be able to be resilient, and to be able to push ourselves, and be strategic about what we're trying to achieve, what we're trying to do, and really make sure that we audit ourselves all the time to understand where we are in the process and in the plan that we put forward, and like I said, continue to learn, continue to really get abreast of those ahead, and understanding what the technology and the era is all about, so that we're not left behind. So I just want to finish by a quote by Jeff Bezos himself. So he is saying there is no alternative to digital transformation. Visionary companies will carve out new strategic options for themselves. Those that don't adapt will fail. And yes, we really need to adapt. We really need to find a way to go through this change that is coming to us, instead of being afraid of it. So that's really what I wanted to share. If there are any questions, please let me know.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Excellent presentation given. Any question, please, from any account? If there's no question, we'll proceed to other speaker, please. Audio.
You're on mute. Mute.
We'll be moving on to our next presentation from Queen Mother Nina Womack. She's a president of Transmedia 360 LLC, Queen Mother of Development in Ekumfi, and Global President of African Youth in Tourism Network. She will be speaking on the topic Sustainable Development through Innovative Tourism. Welcome, Queen Mother.
Thank you so much. I'm happy to be here. Is there anyone that could give me screen share host? Because I had a presentation that I wanted to share. Okay. While I guess they work on that to see if is it possible that I can share my screen?
Yeah, please.
I don't see it here on the.
No, share the screen. Share screen.
Oh, okay. Okay. Great.
Yeah.
Okay. So, thanks again for the invitation. I'm very excited to be here with the World Innovation and Technology Expo. Like I was introduced, my name is Queen Mother Nina Womack. I'm a native of Los Angeles, California, USA, and I'm also an inducted Queen Mother of Development in Ghana, West Africa. I have a company, a registered company here in Los Angeles that I've been operating since 2015 called Transmedia 360. That's a multimedia company where I use all forms of media, graphic design, web design, videography, events, marketing, and branding, as well as technology. And when I started and also I registered Transmedia 360 last year in Lagos, Nigeria. So I'm operating now in the USA and also in Nigeria. When I started Transmedia 360, that just basically means that it's a company that does all forms of media, including music, literature, and so forth. So when we're moving into this Web3 technology, I'm very passionate as a forward-thinking leader on how to integrate things like AR and VR and so forth into my company, my media company. Additionally, besides Transmedia 360, I also had a recent appointment as global president for the African Youth in Tourism Network. And we're a network of about 150 youth and some adults that are involved in the tourism sector in some capacity, and especially promoting tourism in Africa. So it's an honor to speak on this topic as I work with the youth and encourage them on the different career sectors that they can go into in the tourism sector. And so starting off with my presentation, let's talk about what innovative tourism even looks like. And so innovative tourism is the development and the implementation of new ideas, of practices and technologies or products that improve and diversify the tourism industry. So ideally, it should focus on the triple bottom line approach that emphasizes people first, then our planet for sustainable development, and then profit at the bottom. So that's a little bit about what innovative tourism means. Now, the innovations that we can use in the tourism industry utilizing technology, because as I just read, innovation has a lot to do with utilizing technological tools. And so we want to look at digital platforms. How can digital platforms be applied to the tourism industry? So that means like leveraging the technology where you can promote sustainable practices using AI, virtual reality, apps that your tourists can use, you know, to find eco-friendly accommodations or activities, and other emerging technologies that are out there to enhance visitor experiences and to streamline your operations. Also, another innovation in tourism technology is creating smart cities and destinations that use technology to improve transportation, accommodations, and attractions. As you guys know, we have electric cars. Now we're coming up with flying cars. This is going to be the transportation to get our tourists from point A to point B. Also, developing the infrastructure using sustainable materials and smart technology can also minimize the negative environmental impacts in our society. Now, some sustainable practices. Let's look at developing eco-friendly products and services such as eco lodges. You know, let's add solar to these when we're building resorts and so forth. Renewable energy and accommodation, and promoting ecotourism to reduce the environmental impact. As you guys know, tourists make a tremendous amount of waste when they are visiting their favorite destination. So just us being responsible as travel businesses, as operators and guides to help encourage tourists to reduce the waste. So maybe we may have bamboo made plastics and sustainable, you know, forks and cups and so forth to use instead of the plastic. So let's look at ways in this sustainable development, how we can apply these type of tools. Also, in sustainability, creating educational programs that allow visitors to learn about sustainability issues and fostering a deeper connection and respect for those destinations. Now, another innovative tourism as it applies to sustainability is offering unique experiences such as culinary tours, wildlife encounters, or immersive cultural experiences that allow tourists to connect more deeply with the destination. I know one thing that's popular nowadays is going, the tourists like to go into the communities, the indigenous communities, and see how the people live. Like in South Africa, for example, people are going into Cape Town, which has some ghettos, you know, some seedy neighborhoods, and they want to have that experience. What are the people really living like in these communities? So that is innovative tourism, is taking people on a new experience that they haven't had before. And then also with experiential tourism, personalizing their travel experiences based on the individual's preferences and needs. So it's not about us just having a cookie cutter package to give to a tourist, but, you know, let's ask them questions on what they may like to see, what type of tours they may want to go on, and so forth. So that is experiential tourism. Then when it comes to sustainable development, we're going to look at the social sector in it. So having cultural sensitivity is very important in innovative tourism. You know, it creates awareness among the tourists about the local customs and the traditions. It encourages responsible behavior to the tourists that respect the local cultures. So taking them into these indigenous tribes, you know, letting people see the Maasai tribe and just how the different people live in their local cultures is very, very important to social sustainability. And it also involves the local communities in the planning and development of tourism products and experiences. So that's innovative. How many of us as tour businesses, as entrepreneurs, involve the local communities, listening to what they may want to feature and highlight in their communities, what type of products they think would be good for the tourists as they come in. And it also creates opportunities for marginalized groups within the tourism industry. It promotes social inclusion and economic empowerment. So that is a little bit about social sustainability. And also we have marketing and branding strategies. So when we look at innovative tourism applied to sustainable development, you know, we use storytelling now. And again, that's my forte with Transmedia 360, using social media and other modern marketing techniques to create unique and appealing brand identities. Building destination brands around niche interests like wellness or adventure and education. I know we have a member in our African Youth in Tourism Network. He offers nature hikes in Nigeria and takes people up into the mountains and so forth. So people want those type of experiences, and that's a way that we can market our tourism brands. Now, also creating marketing campaigns that highlight sustainable tourism opportunities can attract conscientious travelers and drive demand for responsible choices. So maybe taking them to those agro farms and, you know, letting people see nature and so forth, and how important, or the ocean, and how important that is to our SDG development goals. Next, another innovative innovation is health innovations. So you guys know we just had this, you know, huge COVID crisis that affected everyone. And when it came to travel, there were certain product protocols that we had to observe. So we want to apply that when thinking about innovation in tourism. This says innovative tourism can involve implementing new health and safety protocols, technologies, and products to protect both the visitors and the residents. Another innovation is accessibility enhancement. So how can we use technology in this area? You know, focusing on universal design principles to ensure that tourism products and destinations are accessible to everyone, regardless of physical or cognitive disabilities. I know a big problem that I go to Africa every year, and a huge problem that I saw was that a lot of the buildings are not accessible for people with physical disabilities. So as we build resorts, as we build different attractions, let's think about how can we make this accessible to everyone. No one should be left behind. So innovative tourism fosters economic sustainability. And in order to create this economic sustainability, we need programs like community-based tourism. You know, by involving your local communities in the planning and execution of tourism activities, more revenue can be retained locally, and that stimulates economic growth. And we also need to promote the local products and services in those communities, encouraging tourists to purchase the local goods and the services from the people. And that helps bring economic development into that community. It also creates diverse income streams. It encourages a variety of tourism activities that can create more resilient local economies. So again, we're focusing on the people first, not the profit first. Innovative tourism also includes ecotourism. So promoting tourism that emphasizes the conservation of natural resources and respects the local ecosystems there. Resource efficiency, implementing measures to reduce energy and water consumption and waste generation in tourism facilities. And I talked about that earlier, using sustainable products instead of plastics. And then sustainable transportation, encouraging the use of public or non-motorized transportation, and electric vehicles can reduce the carbon footprint of tourism. Back to our social sustainability. So really focusing on indigenous people, that is a part of innovative tourism. You know, making sure that we have programs that emphasize cultural sensitivity and creating that awareness among the tourists about the local customs, the traditions, encouraging responsible behavior that respects the local cultures. And it's also about inclusive growth, you know, providing opportunities for these marginalized communities to participate with us in the tourism sector, just ensuring that more benefits are widely shared among all people. Also, the educational opportunities, creating educational programs that allow visitors to learn about sustainability issues, and it fosters a deeper connection and a respect for those destinations they're visiting. A few more things in innovative tourism in a sustainable society. That includes policies and regulations such as our SDGs, you know, aligning the tourism strategies with international sustainability standards and goals. Stakeholder and you know, that can include ending poverty, one of the sustainable development goals, that as we give the locals and the indigenous people the power to be able to design their own products and so forth, or their foods, this is eradicating poverty. Stakeholder collaboration, you know, having partnerships. We need partnerships between the government and the private sector and our NGOs and local communities that can facilitate the integration of sustainable practices across all levels of tourism. And then regulatory framework. You know, governments can support sustainable tourism by implementing regulations and incentives that encourage responsible tourism practices and promotes the locales there. So last but not least, monitoring and evaluation. So through technology, we could set up mechanisms to regularly monitor and evaluate the impact of tourism on social, economic, and environmental aspects, and make the necessary adjustments as needed. In conclusion, innovative tourism can create sustainable development by building a more resilient and responsible tourism sector that benefits local communities, preserves the environment, and fosters a culture of sustainability among the tourists and the stakeholders. But it requires an integrated approach that combines technology, collaboration, regulation, and education to make a lasting positive impact. And this is my contact info. I'm also on LinkedIn, on all social media, so please feel free to connect with me. And if you have any ideas, any technologies that you feel would be a good fit as it relates to innovative tourism in Africa, please feel free to let me know. I would love to hear about it. Thank you. Thank you. If we have any questions,
Thank you, Queen Nina Womack. On for a break.
your audio is going out. I'm sorry, we can't hear you.
Okay.
Can you repeat it?
So we are going on a break for 30 minutes. We'll reconvene to continue with other presentations. Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much. That was a great presentation. Thank you, Queen Mother, and thanks to all our distinguished speakers. So we're going a quick break for 30 minutes. I know that we've been on this since morning. We just want to go on break. Please don't disappear. We have a very important workshop, artificial intelligence and application, electronic intelligence and crime prediction. It will be conducted by Professor Dr. E.G. Raja. You don't want to miss this opportunity, right? So please, let's go on break for 30 minutes and let's reconvene. Thank you very much. You can still be online if you want to connect, if you want to network with other distinguished speakers and so forth. We're also live on YouTube and Facebook, Facebook, and LinkedIn. So you can still connect with us on these platforms. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Welcome back from the break. I believe it was an exciting moment, and I know that we enjoyed all the sessions. Our next section is workshop, and will be conducted by a seasoned professor of signal processes. He also happens to be the chairman of the World Innovation and Tech Expo. It's really given guidance, direction to this conference, and he will be conducting this workshop. It's so important. A workshop on artificial intelligence and applications, electronic intelligence and crime prediction. When the days where cybersecurity, it's a very sensitive topic now, it's been discussed. Countries are looking into that, where businesses were looking into that. And Professor has a solution on this. I believe that this would help shape our defense system across the nations. I'll humbly invite Professor E.G. Rajan to take over. Thank you very
much. Yeah, thank you very much, Manuel Atsu. Let me share the screen, please. There's a workshop for about an hour or so on artificial intelligence and applications. The title is Electronic Intelligence and Crime Prediction. Using this electronic media, is it possible to predict crimes? We make use of a very important state-of-the-art artificial intelligence-based expert system for crime prediction. We pray to God, Swasti Prajabhya Paripalayantam Nyayena Margena Mahim Mahesha Go Brahmanebhya Shubhamast Nityam Loka Samasta Sukhino Bhavantu. May there be happiness for all people. May the rulers righteously rule the earth. May there be welfare for the animals and men of wisdom at all times. May all beings be happy and prosperous. This particular project has been undertaken by our company, Pentagram Technologies, under Digital Security Initiative. The net-centric cloud and physical infrastructure deemed to be developed using the technical details outlined in this proposal, crime prediction support system, would coordinate people, various government and private security agencies, emergency units and media as well, with the idea of creating a safe and happy world. Some of the allied activities are listed below. Communication intelligence, radar signal intelligence, seismographic signal intelligence, telemetry signal intelligence, space surveillance, day-night video surveillance, battlefield offensive robots, underwater surveillance, ocean dynamic surveillance, and deep space signal intelligence. In addition, we have specialization in border security measures, cybercrime prediction prevention, ethnic crime prediction prevention, economic crime prediction prevention, highway crime prediction prevention, political crime prediction and prevention, juvenile crime prediction and prevention, sedition crime prediction and prevention, domestic crime prevention, and disaster management measures. The present status of the state of the art. Many universities across the world offer courses on criminology. I had been to the University of Toronto to the Department of Ethics and Criminology, gave a special course on this, a lecture on this. Many theories have been developed on crime. We shall see some of them. Many research papers on crime have been published so far. Many conferences on crime have been organized so far. We ourselves have organized 4 conferences on cybercrime and crime prediction. Many software related to crime detection have been developed so far. Many software related to predictive policing have been developed so far. Predpol is one such software which is used in US government. Various sheriffs of various places, they use this. Are all these of any use to us now? Indeed, they are the support measures for our work. Is there any basis on which we have to start our work? Yeah, it is red zone map. What is this red zone map? We believe that red zone's innovative technology will allow the average person to be more aware of his or her surroundings in real time and will enable the user to share information with others in communities all over the world. When using the app to navigate, pins appear along your route, signifying where thefts or violent crimes have occurred in the last 3 months, enabling you to avoid the areas in question. This particular red zone map has been developed by 2 people, 2 of my friends, Ted Farnsworth and Pat Krishna. Most of the software support systems provide precise crime information based on available data. When Red Zone Map app is used to navigate, pins appear along the pre-planned route where thefts or violent crimes have occurred in the last 3 months, enabling one to avoid the areas in question. Crime database is available in almost all the countries, possibly in raw form or in tabular form. For instance, NCRB, National Crime Records Bureau, India, provides crime data from 1956 till date. We have the database. FBI, Federal Bureau of Investigation, the US government also provides crime database. Of course, you have to get permission from them to make use of the database. The question that arises here is whether it is possible to predict the occurrence of a type of crime just now or just in future, say within a week, based on the crime statistics and other influencing factors. They are called collateral information. In fact, this job is presently done by experts working in the Department of Crime Intelligence in association with those in the Department of Crime Investigation. The very fact that human experts are able to reliably predict occurrence of a crime justifies the possibility of crime prediction by lifeless thinking machines also. This is what I have been talking in the first lecture itself. The prediction accuracy is more in the case of computers when compared to humans because computers are able to grind big data and make instant logical decisions based on inferential rules and theorem proving capabilities when compared to humans. thinking machine does that. This is what is called machine learning. This machine learning, machine perception of future events, machine tries to predict to perceive future events. Is this a fiction or a reality? Am I telling a story? We'll check. It was a mere 10 years ago that Steven Spielberg's blockbuster film Minority Report previewed about a pre-crime unit in which police try and predict who would commit crimes and then arrest them before they commit the crime. That film premiered in 2002. It was a tremendous blockbuster. A lot of people saw it, but during that time, folks were saying, sci-fi stuff, none of this stuff will really come true in the future. All the things that we saw in the movie. And I tell people, go back and watch that movie because what we're seeing today, we're seeing that movie played out. Here's the plot. The year is 2054. The place is Washington, D.C., working in the city in which there has been no murder committed in 6 years, due in large part to his efforts combining widespread surveillance with behavior prediction technologies. John Anderson is played by actor Tom Cruise, is chief of the Department of Pre-Crime in Washington, D.C. He uses precognitive technology to capture would-be criminals before they can do any damage. In other words, before they commit crimes. Unfortunately, John Anderson gets caught up into the system where he is accused of a pre-crime and he is tracked and tries to escape. As I said, seemingly, most of the technology people saw in this film they thought would never occur. Well, a mere 10 years later, almost everything that we saw in that film 10 years ago is now fact. Let's now contrast fiction with the reality check. Fiction. Minority Report, police use holographic data screens, citywide surveillance cameras, dimensional maps, and database feeds to monitor the movements of reality check. Microsoft, in partnership with New York City, has developed a crime-fighting system that will allow police to quickly collate and visualize vast amounts of data from cameras, license plate readers, 9/11 calls, police databases, and other sources. It will then display the information in real time, both visually and chronologically, allowing investigators to centralize information about crimes as they happen. Fiction. No matter where people go in the world of Minority Report, one's biometric data precedes them, allowing corporations to tap into their government profile and target them for advertising based on their highly individual characteristics. Reality check. Google is presently working on context-based advertising that will use environmental sensors in your cell phone, laptop, and so on to deliver targeted ads tailored to fit with what you're seeing and hearing in the real world. However, long before Google set their sights on context advertising, facial and iris recognition machines are being employed supposedly to detect criminals, streamline security checkpoint processes, and facilitate everyday activities. In fact, by 2014, the FBI plans to launch a nationwide database of iris scans for use by law enforcement agencies for their efforts to track criminals. Fiction. In Minority Report, a government agent uses 6 sticks to subdue criminal suspects using less lethal methods. In other words, compliance. Reality check. In 2007, the Department of Homeland Security granted a contract to develop an LED incapacitator. It's a flashlight light device that emits a dazzling array of pulsating lights, incapacitating its target by causing nausea and vomiting. Then there are other devices such as the long-range acoustic device, which emits painful noises in order to disperse crowds. They were both used at the London Olympics recently and the G20 protests. Fiction. In Minority Report, tiny sensory-guided spider robots converge on John Anderson, scan his biometric data, and feed it into a central government database. Reality check. An agency with the Department of Defense is working on turning insects into living UAVs for cyber. There have already been reported sightings of dragonfly-like robotic drones monitoring protesters terrorism in Washington, D.C. Okay. So the Minority Report, a number of years back, they were talking about various possibilities of predicting the crime. It was a sort of a fiction, but now it has turned out to be a reality. The Dubai police is the latest to have the AI backup in the form of space, imaging, Middle East, new crime prediction software. Science software is set to work like others already in use. Machine learning algorithms are fed existing data and intelligence from police databases to identify patterns that human crime analysts might miss. The system can then use those patterns to determine where crime may be likely to occur next and inform a police force where to best deploy officers and other resources. The idea isn't just to go there and arrest suspicious looking people, but to use a larger police presence in an area to deter crime from happening in the first place. This software is uniquely intelligent in its capability to accurately discern intricate patterns of criminal behavior in seemingly unconnected events and then predict the probability of reoccurrence. That's what Spandankar says. Spandankar is from India. He is working for Dubai Police. Head of Science Geographic Information System (GIS) division. We are confident that these precise analytics, when combined with the knowledge and instincts of experienced police officers, will create a formidable force to deter crime. It sounds, of course, impressive. But does it really work? Police departments in various US cities have been using systems like Printful, HunchLab, and Series Finder for years, with mixed results and uneasy moral implications. After using HunchLab for 12 months, the St. Louis County Police Department expects a drop in this year's crime statistics. But the results are hard to measure as a direct effect of predictive policing. Now, not only are the benefits are unclear, but organizations like American Civil Liberties Union argue that the data carries the embedded racial biases. And according to a statement released in August, the systems are used primarily for further concentrate enforcement activities in communities that are already over-policed, rather than to meet human needs. So predictive policing tools threaten to provide a misleading and undeserved imprimatur of impartiality for an institution that desperately needs a fundamental change. So, Simon hasn't given many details, even I don't know. Though I know that it is working, but I don't know the inner details of that. On exactly how its system works, and if it's built over to overcome some of these issues, but others like HunchLab are actively trying to be transparent about its inner workings. How predictive policing tools and the laws around them continue to change will be interesting to see. We have to wait and see. It is in this context we proposed to develop a reliable, robust, and a fast crime prediction support system using novel machine learning techniques that works on genuine crime databases without causing any damage to the dignity of any ethnic society. This is very important. So the objective of the project to develop a state-of-the-art crime analytics and prediction support system that involves a plethora of software components and IoT. To customize the product for the benefit of individuals, security agencies, real estate businessmen, media, various research and service organizations. The sub-objects that are incidental to the main objectives are to help organize global owned and current raw crime data for format standardization. To start with US and Indian crime data. We've been applying actually on US database. to train individuals and groups, intelligence agencies in crime prediction, predictive policing, to develop various modules and integrate CPSs with Red Zone app, to help maintain and upgrade CPSs periodically. The key performance indicators, KPI, of the crime prediction support system. Number one, safe travel support system. A smart handheld device like a mobile or a notepad could be used by a traveler loaded with CPS's module or red zone map in order to ensure that the already planned travel route is safe. And if it is not, then which safe zone should be crossed without much deviations from the predetermined route. Then comes crime zone surveillance system. A full-fledged CPSs meant for keeping round-the-clock surveillance on crime zones so that the security forces can either prevent or confront expected, that is predicted criminal or terrorist activities. Commandos Engagement Planning Advisor. A well-advanced cybernetic control and command expert system that would help engage commandos to combat criminals and terrorists effectively for crime prevention or their elimination. Crime alert system for media. A module of CPSs that would enable media to alert the public about the possible criminal and terrorist activities. So the architecture of the CPSs is like this. You have your plug-in modules like a safe travel support system, crime zone surveillance system, commandos engagement planning advisor, crime alert system for media. You have a lot of things to add. How do we look at this project in the model theoretic sense? I'm getting into the technical details of this particular project. Well, we have a cybernetic brain. This is an artificial intelligence neural network. We designed on our own. We have in our company, we have done that. You have crime database as the input, collateral information, data 1, data 2, data n. All these inputs are given to the cybernetic brain and it makes a decision and it gives the output, change travel direction, send intelligence report, send additional forces, update database. That is how the model theoretically we do. These are the paradigms to be used in the development of a reliable, robust, and fast crime prediction support system, which we have already developed, proposed to the US agencies on 2017, January. Data science, artificial intelligence, neural networks, genetic algorithmic modeling of spatio-temporal data, cellular automata modeling of spatio-temporal data, deductive logical machine learning. They are called theorem proving machines, which I introduced in IIT Kanpur while developing thinking machine concept. Constructive logical machine learning, heuristic machine learning, which makes use of inductive logic, multi-valued logic, and discrete algebras. In fact, the god of technology, Professor Claudio Moraga, he has developed multi-valued logic and you have been working. In fact, he taught us this is the way you have to work. Astrological support system for crime prediction. It matters a lot. Other people may not agree, but I know the science behind astrology. It's a model of probability, detection, estimation theory. Geopolitical support system for crime prediction, crime record support system for crime prediction. This is called electronic intelligence or electronic support measures. Cybercrime detection and prevention, behavioral biometric support system for crime prediction. Here we make use of brain-computer interface. Probability and random variables and stochastic processes, detection and estimation theory, web crawling and big data analytics, role of Internet of Things in crime prediction, detection and prediction. These are the subjects which I teach in our company, the people, the engineers who are working in this particular project. Then, number of theories on crime you have. Theories of crime causation, life course and pathways theories, situational and opportunity studies of crime, ecological theory and research, social institutions and crime, peers, groups and offending, critical and cultural criminologies, violence against women, gender crime and justice, race, ethnicity and immigration. You have comparative and cross-national research, international crime and justice, organizational and white-collar crime, theory and research on violence, theory and research on drugs and substance abuse, criminal victimization, terrorism, policing and law enforcement, courts and the law. One of my students is a lawyer now after completing his MS in electronics. He has done his law. He is working on this particular prosecution, plea bargaining, sentencing policy, etc., etc. You have a capital punishment. A lot of issues are going on with this. Corrections, juvenile delinquency and juvenile justice, criminal justice policy and practice, innovations in justice, research and policy, methodological issues in crime and justice research, teaching about crime and justice, social construction of crime. You have 134 modules in 27 categories to be studied on a regular basis in order to understand the basics of crime theory. Now, let us conceptualize safe travel support system. The motorist has to decide a safe route based on a priori knowledge about the surrounding zones, which is unlikely to have and predict current situation. Nor he has time to carry out huge calculations before getting into next zone. In this context, this software support system would take up this responsibility of predicting what could happen to him if he gets into a zone which may be safe or hazardous for him. The system evaluates the threat index for every surrounding zone in a chosen neighborhood and suggests the best safe zone with least threat index. Say, for example, in India, there's a place called Toli Chowki, that yellow thing, the black one is there, that is yourself. It's a car, you are traveling in the car, let's say. You are traveling from this Toli Chowki to a place called High Tech City. Madhapur, High Tech City. You're traveling like this. You don't know what's going to happen to you in between while traveling. So if the driver, the traveler, makes use of our support system, it will guide him. It may change the directions and safely reach, and he safely reaches that particular destination. That is High Tech City. It's a hypothetical, demonstration I have given. Now you are here, green zone, that is crime-free zone. You are here, you have to move forward. So you have to examine the neighborhood. He doesn't know. That is why I given yellow color. He sees our system gives everywhere we go, all are green zones everywhere around him. It may say all around him, there are crime zones, red zones. Don't go. Stay wherever you are. Then we mix the zone, red, yellow, unknown. Then you talk about the green zones. You go via green zone to reach safely your destination. Now, we are going to give a demonstration on that. The World Crime Data Stack, data tunneling. time slices of crime database. This may be day-wise, month-wise, year-wise, hour-wise, or whatever. You're going to have a time slice. The one which is in front of you, there is a time, first time, today, now, just now. That is a time slice. It's a spatio-temporal data. Now, they're going to have back in time the previous crime databases, whatever you have previously. Today means yesterday, day from yesterday, like that. This hour means previous hour, previous to that previous hour, like that you can take. They're all under user choice you can select. Then, this particular vertical crime profile, VCP, the first one is a VCP. Behind one more VCP. Behind that one more VCP. So it's a stack of VCPs. Now, desired 3D crime data to be tunneled along the spatial window. We are going to use a tunneling machine. It tunnels the data. It keeps it here and it tunnels the data. It means that particular window, your place, your surrounding places, spatially, your neighborhood I'm talking about. So they tunnel the data, previous, like that you have to examine. The tunnel data is given to the machine, AI machine. Collateral information data 1 is given to that, data n given to that, then the machine decides based on this input data and gives the output like this: crime prediction, decision making, action support. Now, a brief outline of the technology involved. The definition of crime: any activity that causes mental, intellectual, psychological, physical harm to self, to oneself, or other individual, or a group of individuals, or societies is called crime. Such an activity, by defying the conscientious and geopolitical rules and laws, is punishable if the gravity of the activity exceeds the threshold set by laws. What are the causes of crime? The causes of crime are complex. Most people today agree that poverty, parental neglect, low self-esteem, alcohol and drug abuse are all connected in explaining why people commit crimes. Some people are simply at greater risk of becoming offenders. Maybe by birth he may be a very good person, but he becomes an offender because of the circumstances into which they are born. To a certain extent, genetic makeup of people contribute to the intolerance and violent thought processes which lead to criminal activities. Recently, we have been working on monoamine oxidase. It's a rogue gene which is responsible. It triggers the violent thinking and intolerance of human beings. We have found out the saturation, the concentration of the monoamine oxidase in a human being genome, that shows a measure, that is a measure of the criminality index of a human being. Intolerance. That's the root cause of all crimes. At present, human beings suffer from tolerance deficiency syndrome, TDS, a new concept we have developed. TDS of an individual may be due to his or her genetic makeup called latent tolerance deficiency syndrome, LTDS, or it may be an acquired one called acquired tolerance deficiency syndrome, ATDS. Crime is a subjective spatio-temporal activity. Basically, crime is denoted by an ordered couple, predator and prey. Predator may be an individual or a group. Prey may be an individual or a group. Crime report is usually presented in a tabular form. The entries of the table would be categorized under place, that is province, state, district, village, or any other zip code or whatever. Then number 2, type of crime. Number 3, number of crimes committed over a finite period of time, week, month, year, etc., etc. That is the statistic they give the data, crime database. Almost all of the countries they give this database. Crime statistics is computed using common tools of analysis. Based on the statistics, probability of occurrence of a particular crime over a period of time is evaluated. This is called prediction of crime. Based on statistics, the prediction process is governed by canonical rules of probability and detection estimation theory. This is a sample crime database published by the Ministry of Home Affairs, National Crime Records Bureau. Let us consider 10 types of crimes: murder, terrorist attack, racist attack, incidental robbery, planned robbery, alcoholics attack, rape, and political unrest. The 9th one is civil unrest, and the 10th one is teasing. Each crime is viewed as a second tuple, as shown below. Each item in the second tuple is represented by a finite alphanumeric code. Crime ID, crime type, GPS coordinates where the crime has occurred, time, data, month, year, predator, ID, individual or group, prey ID, individual or group, and the status. Each crime type is treated as a state with a state variable psi. The linear array of 10 state variables corresponding to 10 crime types is called crime vector. This is called crime vector. Murder, terrorist attack, etc. After teasing, you have psi 1, psi 2, psi 3 up to psi 10. You put it in order as a linear array, and that is called the crime vector. The concept of crime vector and crime vector space. Crime analytics using crime vectors with binary valued parametric variables. Every crime vector psi, let us say psi 1, psi 2, etc. up to psi 10 is an ordered list, is a binary vector of length 10, and one can construct 1024 crime vectors. Based on the axioms of Boolean algebra, one can construct 2 to the power 1024 linear Boolean functions. You can see here phi 0, phi 1, phi 2, etc. Which form the space, sequence space called crime vector space phi 2. Since we are making use of only two variables, two values 0 and 1, crime occurred or not occurred, that's it. So, crime analytics using crime vectors will be n-ary valued parametric variables. In such a case, the crime vector psi is an n-ary valued vector of length 10, and one can construct n to the power 10 crime vectors. It's simple. Based on the axioms of discrete algebra, one can construct n to the power 10 discrete algebraic functions, which form the crime vector space phi n. You can see here. You can see here. N-ary valued, that also we are given here. Discrete algebraic functions. Now, brief outline of the technology involved. As n tends to infinity, n means values, number of values, 0 to n minus 1, like that n values. If that turns out to be infinity, phi n, that vector space, turns out to C circumflex, where C circumflex is called the crime space. This could also be defined as union n is equal to 1 to infinity phi n, that is equal to C circumflex. So every crime vector space phi n is a spatio-temporal entity and is a subspace of the crime space C circumflex. For example, let's consider a geographical position, latitude, longitude, which is denoted as xi, With reference to this position, one can assume a square area called W, the window, bounded by the coordinates xi minus k, yj minus k, okay, xi minus k, yj j plus k, x I plus k, y j minus k, and x I plus k, y j plus k. The 4k square unit area bounded by these coordinates is shown on the right. You can see that is the center place. You have this is another point, is another coordinate, third coordinate, and the fourth coordinate. They're all the neighbors of the central one. Now, the crime vector space phi n, n-ary valued crime vector space for a window W is a function of n. P, the reference position, B, the value of k in 4k square, and T, current time instant. That is, phi n is equal to function of npvt. The present phi n power t is a function of the previous ones. That is, phi n t is equal to f of function of phi n t minus 1, phi n t minus 2, phi n t minus 3. What is that? They're all crime spaces, vertical crime profiles, which could be termed as the nth order nonlinear response functional, because there's a function of a function. The crime space C circumflex corresponding to a window W, denoted as CW circumflex, is modeled as a cell. The 9-neighborhood uniform cell structure is shown below. Is a 9-neighborhood cellular automaton model of windowed crime spaces. So this is called cellular grid model. One can calculate the crime statistics only with reference to predefined ground positions. In such a case, the cellular grid model would turn out to be cellular automata model. In the case of arbitrary reference positions and their analog variations, the entire global crime space should be modeled as calculus of variations, which is an NP-hard problem and so non-constructive. That is why we are restricting ourselves to the discrete algebra. Therefore, it's advisable to go in for cellular automata model, which is a discrete model, space-time model of global crime space, and develop constructive logical analytical engine, which would predict occurrence of crimes of various types and gravity using machine learning techniques. Now, here, the predictive crime analytics. The crime space CW is a complex of an observation window W is influenced by the crime spaces of the spatial neighborhood consisting of adjacent windows. At times, crime spaces of windows which are geographically far apart from the observation window W may also have some influence on CW circumflex. In such a case, the influencing windows are said to be or to constitute a functional neighborhood. Spatial neighborhood forms a uniform cell structure, but functional neighborhood need not be. Influence of the spatial neighborhood is significant, and that due to functional neighborhood is incidental but not regular. So the prediction process would mainly involve spatial neighborhood, and it would include functional neighborhood only when it is required. The proposed prediction process is outlined here. How do we go about it? One can scan the entire world map image using the scanning window of size 4K square. The notion of the scanning window is under the control of the user. At every position, the crime space CW circumflex would be evaluated by the AI-based red zone map crime analytics application, which we have already built. The inbuilt crime prediction algorithm would indicate the probability of a crime occurring at that particular time instant. It's emphasized here that crime prediction probability depends purely on the genuineness of the crime database hosted by the security agencies periodically. The basic crime prediction procedure is an AI-based expert system that considers not only the crime data, but also many other collateral information which is deemed confidential and classifies and clusters various crime patterns on a real-time basis. Traveling motorist problem. A motorist intends to travel in a particular direction. He doesn't know what's going to happen to him. Something similar to salesman problem in computer science, traveling motorist problem, TMP, we suggest here scope for solving TMP. The problem that arises in this context is whether it's possible to provide a motorist a software support system that predicts the security status of a zone at a particular instant of time based on knowledge about crimes committed by individuals and groups over a period of time and other collateral information suggesting a safe route, which we call as escape route. Lattice grid model for solving TMP. The basic model that is used in developing the system is given here. Let's assume R, it goes to L1, is the intended travel direction of a motorist. The first threat possibility is due to a single security threat posed to the motorist from the direction L0 to R. He wants to go to L1. It's a square lattice, please understand. You have L0, L1, L2 up to L8. L0 poses a threat. This threat position is Victorian represented. The next slide. The presence of 1 in a cell indicates the presence of a threat in that zone. You can see here. The 0 TP, 1 TP, 1 TP1, 1 TP2 like that. You can see 0 green zone as well as red zone. 1 is there, 0 is there. You know, at every moment and location, the motorist has to decide his escape route based on a priori knowledge about the current threat position. Unfortunately, the motorist may not know the security issues associated with the spatial neighborhood of his current location and moment. This integrated product, which is an expert system, dynamically estimates security status in terms of threat indicator to the motorist, and hence it plays a very significant role in ensuring safe and threat-free travel to all those motorists who use this facility. Now, the basic model proposed here shows 2 adjacent zones L3, L4, and 3 zones L0, L1, L2 ahead of the presence location of the motorist. So he has to decide. The basic assumption before getting into further discussion is that security threat is all-pervading and it is a time-variant phenomenon. That is why we call the crime zone as a spatio-temporal crime zone. It may turn out to be a green zone or it may turn out to be a red zone. We don't know. In this context, this software support system which we have developed evaluates the threat index for every surrounding zone in a chosen neighborhood and suggests the best safe zone with the least threat indication. That is the threat index. So we make use of a neural network which is AI-based, self-learning, reproductive, and organizing, self-organizing neural networks architecture. We call this as, it's a cognitive engine. Artificial intelligence based. The algorithms are hidden here. We don't propose here anything. Interested people can talk to us. We'll be able to give that algorithms if they're interested. The self-learning, self-reproductive, and self-organizing neural network architecture. It has got a 1 intermediate layer, 1 input layer, 1 output layer. We have a deep learning, self-reproductive, and self-organizing neural network. You can see you have input layer, output layer, you have more than 1 intermediate layers. We make use of threshold logic everywhere. Then this is an AI-based deep learning, self-reproductive, and self-organizing neural 3D network architecture. We call this as a cognitive engine. It's like a human brain. We call it as a cybernetic brain. So let us see something related to the linear predictor. Linear predictor is a single input, single output system defined by the constant coefficients difference equation shown below. You can see that in the above equations, x of n is the present input, y of n is the present output, and all other terms are past inputs and past outputs. So you predict. So y of n is a0 xn, a1 xn minus 1, plus, etc. This is something like an IIR, infinite impulse response digital filter. Non-predictor, non-linear predictor is a multi-input and mostly multi-output MIMO system defined by constant or variable coefficients, simultaneous difference equations. The above equations, YWN is the wth present output, and all other terms are the remaining present past inputs and outputs. Now we are making use of this non-linear predictor. So CPSS could be a non-linear predictor having two major input segments: crime statistics and chronological events that instigate crime activities. Crime statistics could be viewed as a vertical crime profile. This is also called 3D crime data stack, selected by a user and is subspace of crime space TW set of flags. Chronological events that instigate crime activities need not be termed as crime activities, but they may be their cause. Mostly these events are geopolitical, socio-economic, religious, dogmatic, communal, anti-social, civil, rebellious, and injustice, sedition, treason, sabotage, domestic violence, cybercrime, to name a few. So this is the way we apply. CPSS is the engine. You have the crime statistics. You have the collateral information from other sources. Even the internet, we can collect data from Twitter and Facebook, all other public media. You can collect information. Then the decision rule is applied based on logic, and the predicted output is given here. So on the need-to-know basis, the motorist, the system would choose a binary hypothesis testing or an n-ary hypothesis testing to predict threat index of a zone, whether the crime has occurred or not. That is a question. Now, binary and n-ary hypothesis testing, I'm not going to the details of the mathematics, but you can have an idea how we have worked. Binary observation space is divided into H1 and H0. Hypothesis H1, hypothesis H0. Ly is the predicted threat index, and it is either a 1 or a 0. N-ary observation space is divided into H0, H1, H2, up to Hn-1. Lyj is the predicted threat index, which ranges from 0 to n-1. You can see here the space, observation space, that is the H1, H0. Here you have Hn-1, H0, H1, Hn-1. You can see these are all the ratio of conditional probability density functions. So the probabilistic transition mechanism we use, source is given and observation. H1 corresponds to the presence of a threat. Say a particular crime in a zone, and H0 corresponds to no threat, or it may be otherwise, no problem. Any hypothesis you can always use. In the cases of interest to us, we do not know which hypothesis is true. The second component of the problem is a probabilistic transition mechanism. The third is an observation space. You can see here. Transition mechanism is a device, hardware, or a computer program. We are planning to create a hardware for this that tries to know which hypothesis is true. Based on this knowledge, it generates a point in the observation space according to some probability law. Example, a simple decision problem of a single crime. Source generates +1 if H1 is true, or -1 if H0 is true. Let the transition mechanism a discrete random variable n with the probability density function Pn of n. The sum of the source output and n is the sorry for the disturbance. Sum of the source output and n is the observed variable r. This is the probability mass function because we are dealing with a discrete random variable. the probability densities of R on two hypotheses, PR given H1 of R given H1. You have 1 by 2, 1 by 4, 1 by 4 here. So these are the probability mass function densities of R on the two hypotheses. Then for this PR given H0 of R given H0, you have this way because -1 is taken. That is as a reference, you have 0 and -2. That these are the two probability densities associated with two hypotheses. PR given H1, R given H1, PR given H0, R given H0, two probability, conditional probability density functions. Now you see. Suppose you go in for two crimes at a time. So this is an extension of a single crime. Let us not spend time on this. It's a joint probability density mass function for two crimes, two variables. Now, binary hypothesis problem. Either H0 should be true or H1 must be true. Decision rules will have three outputs, H0 true, H1 true. I don't know. That's it. Thus, each time the experiment is conducted, one of the four things can happen. H0 is true, source. You choose from the observation base H0. Source H0, then source means the event has occurred. H0 is true, choose H1. Wrongly you decide. H1 is true, you choose H1. H1 is true, you choose H0. So the Bayesian criterion, a Bayesian test is based on these two assumptions. Source outputs are governed by probability assignments, which are denoted by P1 and P0, respectively, and called the a priori probabilities. A cost is assigned to each possible course of action, like C00, C10, C11, C01. Cost involved. Cost means just to know, for the namesake, we put a cost. That is, you have spent your time or your money or energy, whatever you call. The first subscript indicates the hypothesis chosen, and the second, the hypothesis that was true. Now, expected value of the cost is viewed as a risk. So the risk is this. C00, P0, PR, probability of say H0 oblique H0. H0 is true. H10, P0, PR of say H1, H0 is true. Like that, there are four such possibilities. Which are four such probabilities with four such costs involved. Risk is calculated. You can see here Z0 and Z1. The R is observation space, source is given, PR given H1, R given H1, PR given H0, R given H0. These are the two transition probability functions. It maps on, the source maps on the observation space. Now what is happening? R, C00, P0, integral 0, C0, Z0, PR given H0, R given H0, dr. You are integrating the region. So, for n dimensions of the observation space, the integrals would be n-fold integrals. Now, these are the integrals. I don't want to spend time on explaining the integrals. The result enables us to build the entire processor and leave eta. There's a threshold as a variable threshold to accommodate changes in our estimates of a priori probabilities and costs. It's called linear statistics. Parameters associated with the detection, probability of false alarm, probability of detection, probability of miss. These are all given by these formulas. M-ary hypothesis testing is an extension of binary hypothesis testing. So I'm not getting into the details of that. To summarize, CPSS to be developed, almost 50% of the product is ready now with us. Because of lack of funding, we are not able to move further. The applications would have a deep learning cognitive system that employs Bayesian detect estimator for predicting the occurrence of a crime or a finite set of crimes at a place and at a particular time instant or duration of time. This amounts to saying that we should be able to see or predict near future events. Now, this is the concept of today's tomorrow. So the software is given to the security personnel. If the security personnel, they make use of the software effectively, sincerely, the crime zone will definitely become a green zone, crime-free zone. The change has occurred. It means we are successful. If the security person is not sincere in his duties, even with the help of this predictive software, there won't be any change. We have failed. So not only the supporting system will 100% guarantee, it depends on the human being behind the machine who understands that the significance of the product and make use of it effectively. Success of this product mainly depends on the genuineness of the available crime data. Of course, we shall achieve it. Thanks for the patient listening and time for discussions. Thank you very much. Any question, please feel free to ask me.
All right, thank you. Thank you very much. That was a great presentation from Prof. These are solutions that have been developed by Pentagram, and it's been supervised and led by Professor E.G. Rajan. These technologies we open for partnership. The objective for WIT Expo is to bring together technologists, innovators, and investors to look at the future of technology and innovation. We believe that these solutions are available, and that's why our theme is to bridge the gap and also look at the synergy between technology, innovation, and investment. So we're open for partnerships. We're open for governments that are interested in solutions like this. Crime prediction, this is an amazing solution. Thank you. Thank you so much, Prof. We want to ask if anyone has a question. Let's quickly take questions. Then we move to the final session. Any question, please?
And I observe there's no questions. So thank you very much for the patient listening. We can move on to other lectures.
All right. All right. Thank you. Thank you so much. So that was a great presentation from Prof. So thank you all for making time for today. It's been a wonderful moment, and we believe that this is just the beginning. Tomorrow and Saturday is going to be exciting. The good thing is that we have investors, we have Chamber of Commerce that will be connecting from tomorrow. We're looking at how to leverage technology innovation. So these investors would actually be going through pitches, will be going through connections with innovators and investors and inventors tomorrow. You don't want to miss out this opportunity. So please, we're starting exactly 9 a.m. GMT tomorrow. If you want to have a special session with an investor, please get in touch with the administrators and also the organizers. We're going to schedule a session for you to pitch your innovation and your technology to these investors. With Expo, is set for this purpose. And we believe that together we can build a better future, and we can actually propel a great technological era as we make progress in this fourth industrial revolution. So thank you all for joining. It's a great pleasure to have all the distinguished speakers giving insightful presentations today. Thank you so much. I'd like to ask if the chairman has a word for us before we close for today.
It's a wonderful day. Everybody enjoyed. I was sitting throughout the session, right from 9 a.m. Accra time. That is 2:30 p.m. in India. I didn't move. Okay, I was listening. The presentations were awful, really wonderful, awesome. So many presentations really good. So in fact, we should bring out actually proceedings. You have to collect the papers from them or abstracts. They can bring out the proceedings on this. And finally, we should give beautiful certificates to all the presenting and co-authors of various papers and the presentations. This I would like to suggest. I don't know how you view it. I leave it to you. Once again, I thank all the participants and presenters, for being present on our request. You have done a wonderful job, God bless all of us. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Thank you so much. All right, thank you all. So we shall be receiving paper presentations tomorrow.
Yeah.
So those who have received the emails from the administrator, please get ready for tomorrow. Thank you very much.
I think the same, the link is same, right, for tomorrow?
Yes, please. Yeah.
Okay, fine. Thank you.
All right, so we're using the same link for tomorrow.
Yeah, please. Good. Very good. Okay, sir.
Thank you.
Okay, Professor.
All right. Have a wonderful evening. All right then. Okay.
Your blessings.